Hey guys, it's Dave's Dimension. Welcome back again for another video. We are going live tonight. It's Saturday Night Live. What do you say? What do you say? Let's get some action going on. Let's get a little bit of crazy. Let's get dangerous. What do you guys say? Hope everyone's doing great. I'm still setting a few things up because, like I said, I wanted to throw this up kind of spontaneous. Didn't seem like there was a whole lot going on tonight, so I figured, hey, what the hell? Let's do some craziness, guys. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone's doing great. How's everyone doing tonight? I don't usually do live streams on Saturdays, but I figured didn't seem like too many people are doing lives right now, at least not right at this minute. I know Mr. Starchel usually does a live later on in the evening. I'm gonna do my best to not conflict with his. I don't want to take away any viewers that will be definitely tuning into him and the Kings of Saturday Night. It's an awesome stream. You don't want to miss them when they go live later on. But I figure I'd hop on here real quick. I'm not going to be doing a live stream over the next couple weeks. Usually I do my live streams on Sundays, Sunday afternoons. This Sunday, I'm actually going to be at a friend's family get-together. And then the next week, I'm going to be in New York City. And then the weekend after that, I have a nephew's graduation. So there's a lot of craziness going on. So I figured I'll do a quick live stream. I hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone's having a great old time. How's everyone doing? Looks like we got 3 people watching. Hey, who do we have? We got Downfall Wrestling. We have, oh my God, we have Blue Eyes. Don't worry, I'm not going to say Drunk Eyes. Oh, wait, I just did. Hope everyone's doing great. Hey, Downfall, what are you up to? What's going on this weekend? And Blue Eyes, how are you? You keeping Rebels out of trouble? I'm sure that's a full-time job. So, like I said, I am not going to be able to do any live streams the next, like I usually do them on Sundays. I won't be able to do it next weekend, the weekend after, because for a full week, I'm going to be out of town. I'm going to be in New York City from the 6th to the 6th to 14th. I'll eventually get back to Buffalo, and then the following weekend, I'm actually going to be in Ohio, my nephew's graduation. So I'm going to be out of town for a couple weekends in a row, so I won't be doing any live streams. Hey, Collectible Warrior, what's going on, my friend? I figured usually when I do a live stream, it's pretty much unboxing. So I have a few items that we might actually unbox tonight. Downfall says, nothing much. Summer vacation just started, so I've been finishing up stop motion and chilling. Chilling in the cut, chilling in the background, chilling in the room, chilling at the house, on the porch. Where are you chilling? Downfall saying, hey, Collectible Warrior. Collectible Warrior, I hope you're having a great weekend. Let me know what's going on. Anyone have some amazing pickups this week? Now, me, I didn't pick up anything this week. I've been kind of like, I don't want to say stockpiling, because right now I have enough videos, weekly videos covered. Usually I've been doing about 2 or 3 videos a week, and right now I'm covered all the way through the second week in June. So I am going to do some unboxings, and I got a few things I might want to unbox live tonight, if you guys are up for it. Chilling in the pool. You chilling in the pool, huh? Well, it's chilly here. We were actually in the 30s yesterday here in Buffalo, in Grand Island, New York. We were actually in the 30s and 40s. Literally, it was like 41 was the high yesterday. Today, we're in the 60s. So hopefully tomorrow will warm up. But hey, if you've got some nice, awesome, warm weather, I hope you're having fun, chilling, relaxing in the pool. Downfall says, LOL. What else we got going on here? The only perks of Texas. Well, yeah, I mean, Texas, you guys can get all 4 seasons. Spring, summer, fall, winter, all in one weekend. So, Tasman Taylor, what's going on? How you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing well. Downfall Collectible Warrior, what's up? Downfall or Tasman says. Now, I hate to say this, Tasman, but I might miss your hoedown tomorrow. I've got a friends get together tomorrow. A little bit of a Memorial Day barbecue that I'm going to. If I get home in time, then I'm definitely going to hop on and check out your stream. But yours truly has to work Monday. I have a full work day on Monday. What can I say? When you work for a certain cable company, you have to work your regular weekdays. So no holidays here. Tasman says, hey, Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes says, hey, Tasman. Off-Road Adam, what's going on? Saying hey, greetings, Dave's mentioned. And we got Rebels, Reptiles and Games. I'm driving, brother. Just wanted to show my support. Anytime, my friend. I'm just glad you could hop in. And keep both hands on a wheel. We don't want you getting in an accident. We don't want Blue Eyes to spill her drink. Okay, we don't want that. Tasman says, I totally understand, brother. Yeah, I'm going to do what I can, but I think, like I said in the beginning here, I'm actually not going to be on. I'm not going to be able to do live streams the next couple weekends. Usually I do them on Sundays. I won't be around. I'll be out of town. But I figured I'd do some unboxings. Now, what I unbox is going to be up to you guys. Tasman saying thunder, thunder, thunder. Rebel saying hello, chat. Rebel says, yes, LOL, Dave and Thunder Tasman. Now, I like to do unboxings for my live streams. You guys know this. You know me, I'm crazy. So, we have some choices. Okay? We are going to have some choices tonight. Collectible War says, hey, what up, Downfall? What up, Taxman? I think he meant Tasman. What up, everyone? Wish I could have a cookout with all of you. True. I mean, I'm in New York State. Things are starting to get better, but hopefully this summer is going to be a return to normalcy, at least as normal as we can get nowadays, right? So, in New York State here, they've already people are already started relaxing, not wearing masks. I was in a Walmart today, and I'd say about a third of the people in there, including the employees, were not masked up, but it's not a requirement now, I guess. So, it is what it is. Me, I'm at least going to be wearing a mask for the next 2 weeks, especially come next week when I go to New York City. Especially with the subway. You got bumper to bumper people. Hold on here. There we go. Trying to fix my lighting here. So, want to be mindful of that. So, what we got here? What part of Ohio, brother? I'm actually going to be in Cleveland Heights. I'm going to be down in Cleveland Heights. My nephew, William, it's his high school graduation. So, me and the wife, we're driving down there. And plus, it's been a little over a year and a half since my wife has seen her sister and her niece and nephew. So, now that things are getting back to normal, we're doing that trip. But this week I work my full week, and then Sunday morning, not tomorrow, but next week Sunday, we're actually going to be driving from Grand Island, New York, all the way down to New York City. We're going to be there to celebrate Ghostbusters Day, which should be a very fun and amazing time. I'm going to try and do some videos, and we're going to be doing the sightseeing, checking out some of the sites, Central Park, some of the amazing sites, and I'm going to try and do as much as I possibly can, record what I can, and possibly post up a few videos while I'm doing that. Tasman says that would be awesome. Downfall, same. It would be amazing if we all could meet up and have a YouTube reunion. Well, how about this? A YouTube con. I know Sleeping's always talking about that. Like, it'd be great if, a bunch of us can meet together in certain areas. There's some of us who might be, Pennsylvania, Ohio, roughly around that area. Maybe we can meet up. There's, I know, like, he's going, isn't he going pretty much like through the Carolinas right now? He's meeting up with Colbane and a few others. So we'll see what happens. I mean, now that things are starting to open up, it would be great. I know that we have a few of our Canadian brethren up over the border. Once the borders open up, that's a hop, skip, and a jump for me because I'm in Buffalo. Actually, I'm in Grand Island, which is between Buffalo and Niagara Falls. We could either hop over the Rainbow Bridge over to Niagara Falls over to Canada, or the Peace Bridge from downtown Buffalo over to Canada. Either way, I can get over to Toronto then. And you know what they have in Canada? They have Toys R Us still. See what else we got going on. Rebel saying hello. Hello, Collectible. So, anyone started going back to the movie theater since they just reopened? Me, with all the traveling I'm doing, I know I'm not going to be seeing any new movies anytime soon. I saw the trailer for Marvel's Eternals. I'm sorry, but I'm not really psyched. I'm really not. I mean, there's going to be a lot of continuity issues with the Eternals. Like, why didn't they show up with Thanos and everything else? But we'll see what happens. Right now, I've been actually I'm all caught up on Bad Batch, Star Wars. I'm actually trying to get a few of those figures right now. I do have Crosshairs and the Elite Stormtrooper. I'm trying to get my hands on Hawk, or not Hawk, but Hunter. So we'll see what happens with that. Hit me up on IG. I'm in Ohio, bro. Oh, you know I will. Collectible Warrior, what up, bro? I hope everyone in the chat's having a wonderful day. I'm sure they are. Now that you're here, of course we are. I'm not either. And what we got here? Collectible. My brother lives in Ohio. I'm in Illinois. We are kind of close. Couple-hour drive. Yeah, same here. I mean, I'm in Western New York. Buffalo area. It takes about 4 hours to drive from here to Ohio. My wife's sister, her and her family live in Cleveland Heights, which is just outside Cleveland. But of course, she's a teacher, and they had these strict. I mean, even New York State had some intense restrictions. So, it'd be nice to actually see them, see how they're doing. Teenagers grow quick. My niece is she's a freshman, so she's finishing up her freshman year. My nephew is graduating. Of course, with everything that happened last year, a lot of things got taken away, and they had a homeschool, so he didn't get that full senior year experience. But I'm glad he's graduating. He's already got his college picked out. He's moving ahead. He's one of those triple threat type kids. Amazing in sports. He's got the school smarts. Extremely creative. The kid, he makes his own jewelry. He's into robotics. He's into technology like you wouldn't believe. He's going to be one of those kids that definitely are going to be the ones to shape the world in the next 20 years. So really cool to see that. Tasman, I'm about 3.5 hours from you, Rebels. There you go. So as far as tonight, guys, do you guys have anything going on that you want to, bring up, talk about? A little bit of chaos. Does anyone want to hop on live stream here with me? I'm more than happy to bring anyone on. Looks like we got Jurassic in the building. What's going on, Jurassic? Hope you're doing well. Staying out of trouble. Well, we know Rebels isn't. Rebels never stays out of trouble because he's got no rules. So I have 4 choices to pick from as far as figures, guys, okay? I'm going to post them up in just a second so you guys can see. I just want to pull up one little thing here. There we go. I jump on Dave. Okay. Tasman, do I have you on Instagram? Rebel says, Taz, we should meet up with Dave. Definitely, that would be awesome. Jurassic says, yeah, I'm good, Dave. How are you doing, my dude? I'm doing good. Like I said, I was just telling everyone I'm doing an impromptu stream tonight. Okay, Taz, I'm going to put a link in the chat and you'll hop on, okay? As if I can figure out how to do this, because I've done this once before, I think. There we go. Let's see if it will let me post it. It'll probably take a second or two to show up in the YouTube chat because I actually have two dual monitors going on. There you go, Tasman. If you want to go ahead and click that, go right ahead. And I will switch over to my headset if I can find it. So I can hear you. Here we go. Hey, can anybody hear? Can everybody hear me? I just switched over to my headset. Okay. My mouse just died on me. Give me a second, guys. Technical difficulties. You gotta love it. Tasman, what's going on?
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. Here we go. I gotta put my eyes on for a second so I can read everything. You there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So what do you got going on today, Tasman?
Buddy, not much. It's the weather's kind of crappy here, and I've actually been cleaning the house all day. Not been doing a whole lot, just kind of sitting around. I'm kind of negotiating with a guy trying to get a hot toy. I don't know how. We're about $20 off from each other, so if I can get him down even 10, I'll probably just go ahead and take it.
What hot toy?
It's the Darth Vader.
Ooh. You know, I keep looking at a Rebel Says Collectible. Are you an Ohio brother? I was looking at Sideshow today, and I bought the Darth Maul and my little Qui-Gon statue.
Yeah.
And I guess the points take a while to mature, so I got to wait until 16th of June. And then it's like probably about $9 or $10, but that's $9 or $10 I won't have to pay. So
I'm into that, brother. I mean, especially with those hot toys, every little bit helps.
Yeah.
I thought I was getting my Spider-Man yesterday, and then Thursday night I got a UPS notification. I guess because of holiday, I'm not getting it till Tuesday, which really sucked. So Roadhouse. So I'm, like I said, I ordered that Vader, and I thought it was a hot toy. It ended up being just a Sideshow collectibles, which is still awesome. But man, I'm wanting that Vader hot toy. So if this guy will just come down $10 more, you'll see. Yeah. You'll see a bald fat guy jumping up.
I mean, I loved my little Qui-Gon statue I got. I thought that was pretty awesome. I mean, you got to start somewhere. Yeah,
let me see it.
Let me grab it.
And I tell you, the way you've got your stuff set up is just really good, dude. I mean, I really like the way you have your stuff set up. I don't know if you heard me. Oh wow, that does look good.
I mean, I got this for about 100 off Sideshow, so I mean
that ain't bad at all, man.
I mean, it's got an option where you can take part of it off, so it just looks like he's got his hands in his robes. But I'd rather have the saber out like that.
Oh yeah. You know,
I mean, that's a pretty good Liam Neeson right there for $100.
Heck yeah! I mean, I have done a few of the statues, not from Sideshow. I've got a Vader statue from New Hope. It's a I don't even know what kind. It's a Art FX.
Yeah, that's what these are.
Oh really? Oh well, that's cool.
I mean, it's got a little magnetic stand. It's not the greatest. I mean, it holds him up.
That's how
But
my
it's
Vader is, dude.
yeah.
I mean, I think they're good. I think they're good, man. I'm all about them.
I mean, I like the details on there are pretty good. So I was more than happy when I got that. But
Yeah, it's
then
really
I
nice
got
figure.
happier when I opened up that Darth Maul.
Yeah, that Darth Maul is sweet, man. I'm all about the Sith Lords, man. I've always been one. I liked the bad guys more than I did the good.
Well, I gotta blame sleeping on that because at first, like I've always been, Luke, Obi-Wan. I've always been the light side, but then like I started seeing some of the items sleeping had, and I said, well, I won the Nathan Bowden did a giveaway, and I won 3 of the Return of the Jedi, Luke, Han, and Leia. That was my first Star Wars figures I've ever really had.
Yeah,
So, I mean, even as a kid, we just couldn't afford that stuff. So I was like, okay, well, if I'm getting these 3, I might as well pick up a few more. And then, like, I don't know, 15, 20 figures later, like I just jumped on it big time. I loved how the Knight of Ren looked
yeah,
and
the
the
Night of
different
Ren is nice.
variations of the Stormtroopers. GameStop had some of their gaming series version of the Star Wars figures. So I
Yeah,
picked up a bunch of those, like the Scout Trooper with the little energy binding
yeah, I've
blade,
got
and
the Scout cheer.
yep.
Yeah, that's a good figure.
Oh,
I
we
think
got
the last time
Wolfpack.
I
What's up,
came,
Wolfpack?
hey,
Wolfpack toy review.
Wolfpack's a great guy. I like it. Richard Bird, awesome,
Richard
awesome.
Bird, Dave
Oh,
mentioned Taz, man. What is good? I'm doing well. It looks like Taz, you're doing well.
yeah, I
You'll
think
do
last time I counted, I think I have 70 Black Series figures.
only.
Only 70. Yeah. Uh, I actually the last ones I got those Clone Wars, the ones they did from the Clone
Yeah.
Wars. I really the only ones I'm excited about the new Mandalorian. I like the Bad Batch ones, and then I
Yeah,
love that
I
Assault
got
Adventures.
I have crosshairs from Bad Batch, and I got the Elite Squad Trooper from Bad
If
Batch.
if
Trying to
I
get Hunter.
if I come across that hunter, I think I saw that hunter last week at my GameStop. If I
Yeah.
see him, man, I can pick him up for you and mail it. I don't mind a bit, dude.
No, I appreciate that because you know what kills me? GameStop is doing this big Memorial Day sale right now, right?
Oh,
They
I didn't
show
know they were.
on their website. They're showing all these figures, and guess what? None of them are available in my area. None of them are available to ship. You got to love that about GameStop.
Well, I tell you what I do. I actually am going to be in the area where my GameStop is tomorrow. I I don't have any family coming in for Memorial Day, and I think actually my daughter's going to stay all night with one of her buddies, so it's basically going to be just me hanging out by myself. So,
Gotcha.
I'll run over there tomorrow because I'm 99% sure it came in,
Okay.
and if they got it, man, I'll pick it up and I'll shoot you my email
Oh,
address and you
oh,
can send me
definitely.
your address or whatever, man. I don't mind at all to do that.
Yeah, Wolfpack said Heroes of Endor arrived for him today. That's awesome.
Now, which series is that?
I'm not sure about that one personally.
I wonder if that's the one that had I guess that probably had the indoor Luke. And I think I got that Luke. Yeah, but I didn't get Han and Leia, I think. And I didn't get the Ewok. I've been wanting to get the Black Series Ewok. I haven't been able to find that.
Yeah, I just did a quick search of hold on, let me put this back. I just did a quick search of that Heroes of Endor. This is what it pulled up here. Let's see if we can get us both on there. Yeah. So I'm assuming that's the one you're talking about, Wolfpack. Is that right?
That's all kinds of awesome. That might be hard to display. That looks like it would take up. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's awesome, and I'd love to have it. But like, unless you have like a lot of room, that would be a lot. That's my problem with my Cloverfield figure. It's so big.
That's going to take up a shelf by itself. And I mean, me personally, I'm an unboxer myself, but something like that, I would definitely keep in the box because I think each little thing has the right scenery and background.
Yeah.
And something like that, I think, is only going to go up in value over time, especially if you keep it boxed.
Yeah.
Jurassic is saying, "Hey, Blue Eyes, it's a 4-pack with the diode that comes with it." Yeah, so this is what we're looking at.
And hey, I want to give a shout out to my boy Air Max. Which now I don't know. Have you seen these, Dave? I just saw these the other day. This Mandalorian, this was $5. It was at Walmart in the checkout line, and they had the child
Oh,
too.
that it was in a white box, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I saw those. I wasn't too sure like what that was. I was gonna look it up when I got home, but I never did because they had that. They had some other figures too, like a Vader and some other ones.
Yeah,
How
I've
is
seen the
it?
Vaders before. Hey, you know what? For $5, dude, I'm all about it. My boy Air Max, which I don't know if he's on right now. He actually, let me show you this diorama he sent me. He made this himself, and I was gonna open up my Black Series Mando and put it on the diorama, but I think I'm just gonna use that figure because it
Yeah, I remember seeing him working on that on one of the
yeah,
streams.
yeah. I mean, he did some really cool work, so I've been setting that figure on there. And yeah, man, I like it. I mean, it's $5, but I mean, it looks pretty good, man. I mean,
$5
$5.
is hey, for $5 that seems pretty badass right there.
Yeah, I mean, he comes with a little pistol, and I mean, not much articulation, but I mean, just something to play around with or whatever.
I did finally order me a Mandalorian. It's not the clean upgraded armor. It's the worn armor, but I want to at least get that because I still have what do I have? I have Grief, the armor, and I have Bo-Katan. I wanted to do like a big unbox stream with all of them.
How much is the Beskar armor going for now on the Black Series?
Well, everywhere I was looking at Big Bad Toy Store and a few other ones, but a lot of them are saying not until December right now as far as availability. So odds are we're gonna find that in the stores sooner than if we pre-order it. Because here, let me go to Big Bad Toy Store.
Well, right now you can get the Beskar armor on eBay for about $37.
Okay,
which isn't awful. But now I got that one, and then I got the 2-pack that's got him and the child with it too. That was
this one right here with the Beskar armor. They're saying August 21st, but still, that's I mean, if you figure with tax and shipping, you're going to be paying about 30 anyways, more or less.
Yeah.
So I mean, if I might take a look at it on eBay, but I mean, I do like that. I mean, that does look nice.
Hey, it's a good figure. I mean, it's a really nice figure. I like the 2-pack really well too. I did not realize until the other night how big of a Ghostbusters fan you are, and that's really awesome, man. I love those movies. That Asajj Ventures, I got that. That's really nice. I really like that Asajj Ventures.
I'm still waiting on GameStop to call me on him.
I am waiting on him as well. From somebody, I don't remember who.
I made the mistake of doing the pre-order in store, so I can't just look it up.
Now, what way is that? Oh, that's Amazon.
Yeah, just because I'm trying to pull them up. I'm just going to go to my orders here. Scroll back up, Dave. Here we go. Yeah, I just ordered him. He was, for 26. I mean, I said, what the hell?
That's basically retail, dude. And that's a good looking figure. Yeah. That's a really good looking figure.
And I got the Prime shipping, so free shipping. I just paid for tax. So.
You can't eat that, man.
Yeah.
That's a good looking figure.
Yeah. What was that? I'm thinking of doing the pre-order through GameStop for Bad Batch. Was it Tech and Wrecker? Because they're actually saying around July.
Oh, on GameStop?
Yeah, let me pull that up. I was a little shocked at that myself.
That seems a little early because I don't think Wrecker's supposed to come out to October, is it?
Yeah, take a look at these expected dates. July 23rd and July 16th.
Oh, hell. Which now Big Bad has been slow with their pre-orders, man.
But,
I'll be honest with you.
But it's funny. Everyone's, even Big Bad Toy Store and some of the other sites are saying that time frame. I was even on Dork's side tonight looking at them, but for some reason they're saying July, but who knows? They might have to push it back. But we've seen stranger things happen with that.
Oh, was Big Bad Toy Store saying July now too?
No, they're still saying.
Oh.
Let me go Big Batch or Big Bad. I said Big Batch, Big Bad Toy Store. Wars. Here we go. Yeah, because they're trying to sell that same figure for $24.99.
Right.
See here, Bad Batch. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Spinning wheel, spinning wheel. Yeah, like say if I go to tech, they're saying August for tech. If I go to record, they're still gonna say like I think it was October for him.
Yeah, I think it was October for.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Big Bad, I notice they always charge a few bucks extra. There's charging 32.
One thing I like about Big Bad,
GameStop's doing 29.
Yeah, they do charge. One thing I do like about Big Bad Toy Store though is like, which I don't know.
The collector option.
Well, no, I don't know if GameStop does this too. Like with Big Bad, like I found some of my pre-orders out in the wild before they had shipped them, and it let me cancel them on no charge. Does GameStop do that too?
I don't know, because I have two figures I pre-ordered through GameStop, and that's the first time I pre-ordered through them. So,
okay. Because I actually like with the House of X. Hey, Air Max. Hey,
speaking of devil,
just showing off. Yeah, I just was showing off that diorama you made me. With the House of X wave, I had that on Big Bad Toy Store pre-ordered. I canceled it. With the Bad Batch wave, I found them and I canceled that. And then with the, I think it was a Shang-Chi wave.
What's going on? Yeah.
So a lot of them, I've actually canceled because I found them, the Disney, the Disney Plus. Yeah, I found those out in the wild and canceled them too. So I've had a really good luck lately finding some stuff out.
Well, I was shocked to find Boba Fett on a shelf at a Walmart. There was like 5 of them together.
I've seen about 3 different Walmarts that had him. I'm in a lot of Walmarts for my job, so I've been really shocked at that. And which a lot of people don't like that figure. I like that figure. A lot of people don't like it a whole lot more than they did the Empire Strikes Back, which I've got both of them, but I like both of them really well.
Yeah, well, I picked them up a while back, so I just haven't opened them yet. But I had a little bit of fun a few weeks ago because I was at Target and I picked up one of those little Bandai model kits.
That looks real. Wow, that looks good. I wish they'd do a Vader.
You can do some. They do have a Vader. It's just not out yet. Because I was looking at Target, but he's got the accessories there, a little bit of paint, and it comes with the little decals. But this is basically a posable figure. He's got hinges, and it's just like the Gundams.
How hard was he to put together?
Not that hard. You can do poses on here.
Sweet,
his arm will move. There is some articulation. You can swap out different fists to hold some of the weapons. And I was actually going to do, when I unboxed the other one, I was actually going to do a comparison, but he's pretty on par with the Black Series.
He does look really good, man. I've seen that in the Target.
Yeah. Even the targeter moves down.
Wow. That's basically a figure, dude.
Basically it is, yeah, because, it's the same group with Bandai that does all the Gundams. Like you see with Colbane does those live builds, and he got Sleeping and Brandon in on that. Apprentice Ewok, they did a live stream with just them building. So, but yeah, I used to get into the Gundams a while back, but now it's like you keep only seeing just the one, the RX-78 that's out. So, but yeah, I definitely want to get into some of those. But I thought that was pretty awesome.
Yeah, that is, man. That's super sweet, dude. I have to watch, like, I think I've talked to you about it. I have the arthritis real bad.
Yeah.
So like anything that involves, like when I actually opened up my I think it was the Vader sideshow on that Hot Toys show Thursday on the Hot Toys Live.
Yeah.
And like I was actually trying to rush because I didn't want to keep people waiting, but like my hands are so bad anymore that like I got to be careful when I open stuff. I don't want to break it or anything like that.
I can sympathize because you see I wear glasses. I actually only see through my left eye, but people can't tell.
Oh wow! Okay? No, I would have never noticed.
When I was long story short, when I was a baby, I was born crossed.
Yeah.
When they unseparated them, my left one's the dominant one, and I can see through that unless I can see the right if I close the left one.
Wow.
So I had hand and eye coordination for years. I went to occupational therapy for hand and eye coordinations. That's why I'm really good with Legos, because that's what they had me doing to help with my dexterity. Just like if let's say I'm trying to write. Okay, most people write like this, right?
Yeah.
If I write like this, I literally look like, and no offense, like I'm someone suffering from a stroke or arthritis.
Oh wow. Wow.
If I put my pen through my finger like that, I can write perfectly.
Well, that's awesome, dude.
That's freaking nature. It's just like 3D technology will never work on my eyes. That's why I can't do VR.
See that it was a couple of years ago. I got into a car wreck. This woman was texting and driving and just drilled me in the back when I was sitting at a red light, and I kept having problems with my back and my knees, and doctors was like, oh, just wreck, and then it just kept getting worse. It kept getting worse. So I went to the doctor and they diagnosed me with that rheumatoid. And, they've had me on all kinds of medication and stuff, but, yeah, it kind of sucks. Must have been Dave. I didn't even know about the Heroes of the Indoor set until about 5 minutes ago, Airmax.
Yeah. Airmax said, GameStop, Amazon, Best Buy, and Target do let you cancel. So that's good to know.
Oh, okay. Well, that is good to know.
No, Wolfpack was showing, had mentioned that he got his Heroes of Endor, and I pulled it up on the screen. It looks pretty awesome.
Was that Richard who said he loved that diorama?
Yes, he loves that Dio. Yeah, that's amazing work by Airmax.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. You need to get up with Airmax because that dude, that's like my favorite thing on my desk now. I mean, that is so awesome. I'm a huge fan of that.
Airmax, you're taking pre-orders right now, right? No, I'm kidding.
If he's not, he should be, because I think some people would definitely pay for that.
G-Force Racing, what's going on? Asking how we're doing. We're doing good. We're doing a little live stream tonight. Something a little different for me. Usually we have sleeping, or we have a few other people going on. I know later on this evening, usually Mr. Starge will be popping on probably around 10 or so with the Kings of Saturday night. So
yeah, he's the king of late night. I tell you, G-Force has been getting some good stuff on his during his toy hunts and stuff, man. He's been
I was kind of stockpiling some of my stuff because I wanted to do some more videos for because usually like past month or two I've had enough videos that I was like maybe almost 3 weeks ahead.
Yeah.
But I still got a few things. I got the Ash versus the Evil Dead.
Dude, I tell you, I love that figure.
I'm an Evil Dead fan.
See, I love Ash. I actually bought 2 of those figures, one to open and one to leave in its pack.
I have the Evil Dead 2 one. And
I think I have it too.
I got you were talking about House of X. I picked up the Cyclops a couple of weeks back.
Oh, that's I thought that was a star of that line, actually.
Yeah, I really didn't have an interest in the other ones, but I thought the Energy Blast and how kind of classic he looks was just too much to pass up, and I had to pick up the AI.
See, I'll be honest with you, I've said this to a lot of people. A lot of people like that AI Iron Man, but I don't like that armor. I wish they'd have done it on a more modern looking armor. That that's his own. Yeah. Which what I did, I actually I have in my case I have a whole shelf dedicated to Iron Man, and I actually did not have one of his old armor, so I put the armor head on, and then I put him
Yeah,
in there with all the different armors.
I got a little section up there that's pretty much Iron Man and War Machine. So I
Yeah,
feel you
that's
on
how
that
mine
one.
is.
I mean, I don't have any Iron Man in the classic suit, so that's kind of why I jumped on him.
And that's a good
mean,
reason to get it, and that's what I ended up turning mine into as well.
I mean, I'm probably not going to have the translucent head on there. I'm probably just going to have the helmet on, just so it looks like an OG Iron Man. That's where I was going for that. And I like that it has the repulsor blast on there. So, but
and I'm looking for like just a regular Tony Stark figure, and what I'm thinking about doing is because the Tony Starks, they're pretty expensive online. Secondary market or whatever. So I actually bought the Gamerverse Iron Man, and it comes with a Tony Stark head. So I think I'm going to get the Nick Fury, where he's got the young Nick Fury, where he's got the suit or whatever, and I'm just going to put the Tony Stark head and then find some new hands for him.
Oh, the Captain Marvel
Nick Fury.
Nick Fury, yeah.
Yeah, and I think I can do that a lot cheaper. I'm sure I can find some hands somewhere.
So Airmax says I am taking pre-orders, he says.
Hey, he does some crazy good work, dude. I mean, he really does.
Richard Bird has the thinking emoji. And GeForce, I gotta meet sleeping in about 30 minutes, hopefully. Well, drive safe, and tell him we all said hi.
Send him our love.
Blue Eyes says hi, GeForce. GeForce says hi, Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes says hi, Wolfpack. And Richard Bird, get the scissors, GeForce. I need hair. Talking about his hair or Sleeping's hair? Are you gonna clone him? What's going on there, Richard? But yeah, I got into the. I'm definitely enjoying the Bad Batch.
I watched the first couple episodes, and man, I've been working a lot lately, and then so I need to get back into it. I'm actually tonight when you start. I saw that you were streaming. I actually was trying to finish up Captain America or Falcon and the Winter Soldier. That's pretty good.
I enjoyed it. I know a lot of people had some criticisms about it. I mean, they have to kind of see. They have to create what's the right word I'm looking for? Like consistent or continuity between the TV shows carrying on over into the movies, which we usually don't see. Marvel's never really done that well. Like Disney has now said that Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is not actually canon with the MCU, which
I didn't know that.
I kind of think is a bunch of BS, but hey, it is what it is. It's their property, it's their intellectual property. They can say and do what they want with it. But I enjoyed Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I was a big fan of it. I watched it all the way through.
Right.
G-Force says, haha, you need sleeping DNA. And we got John Joker. Hey, Dave, what's going on, brother? I'm doing good. We got the Tasman. John Joker says, hey, Richard Bird. Blue Eyes says, hey, John. John, I hope you're doing good tonight. Hope you and the missus are doing well. And the little one. And the little one on the way.
He's got one in the oven.
Yeah. Richard Bird says, John Joker, hello. John Joker says, hey, Clink. Now, I'm hoping that with Bad Batch that they actually do an Echo figure. That's the one thing I haven't seen them unveil yet. Because the only... he's one in the...
Didn't they just do him in the Clone Wars?
They did him in... I think they had him in Clone Wars, but I don't think that was before he had that augmentation done to him.
Oh, okay, yeah, because they just released him in that Clone Wars series. I got him hanging on the wall.
But he probably looks normal though, right?
Yeah, he looks normal. See, I'm learning something new. What'd they do to him exactly?
Well,
spoiler alert.
I had asked everyone, and I think I might have been I think John Joker, you might have told me this, or someone had told me watch the last season of Clone Wars before jumping into Bad Batch because they actually introduced the Bad Batch in the first episode. So that's what I
Right.
did, and they actually wind up on a mission with I think it was a Rex, I think, where they actually find that Echo's alive and they save him, but he was all kind of augmented, like he doesn't have his hand anymore. He has that little droid interface to
Oh,
talk
okay.
to
Oh,
computers,
Echo.
and he's got yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
yeah,
Oh, that's the same dude. I just put two and two
yeah,
together, man. That's sad.
yeah.
Yeah, they have an Echo
Clink
coming.
says
I do
Echo
think.
is coming. Well, that's good because I definitely think he's going to be a pretty cool pretty cool figure to get. John Joker says Wolfpack, JCC. Yep. Yep, season 7, 1 through 4. Yeah, I watched the whole season of the last season. I
I actually
enjoyed
have
it.
at season 7, and I haven't watched it yet.
Airmax says, Dave and Taz, what do you think the next Black Series Target exclusive will be? Whatever it winds up being, I pray for all of us.
Yeah. It could be
Tina
a lot
Lynn,
of things.
I'm revoking his Star Wars fan card. Whose
I
fan
totally
card?
messed
Mine or
up on the
Taz?
Echo. I think me where I messed up on Echo.
Airmax says, thanks, G-Force.
I do apologize, Tina. It's been a rough month.
So, Tina, are you going to hunt him down and actually rip the card out from his wallet? I'm pretty sure she could with her army of cats. She can do it.
Yeah,
I have no doubt.
she does have quite the cat army. Who would I like to see as far as a Target exclusive? I would love to see a Darth Bane. I actually like some of those expanded universe Sith. I actually have the small 3.75 Darth Malgus, which is pretty awesome. From what's that video game? Old Republic or whatever, Knights of the Old Republic.
Okay.
And he's pretty cool. So any old Sith Lords I would definitely like to see. Blue Eyes is running a Target. She might find a Target exclusive in there.
So, Blue Eyes, what are you buying for us? You're buying each of us an item, right?
I think that's her plan.
John says, please, no more exclusives. I know.
They are a bit of a pain in the butt.
Honest, I get that exclusives are, for the most part, it helps drive business for those retailers. But here's my thing. I just wish with the way a lot of retailers have been handling things lately, I think there should be a moratorium on exclusives right now.
Yeah.
Kmart, or not Kmart, Walmart's been terrible.
Walmart's awful. I think Best Buy has probably been the best as far as being which
Ghostbusters. They got the real Ghostbusters Kenner reissues. Mine came in perfectly in a perfect good package, but I've seen other ones. People have received these in a plastic, like an Amazon type envelope bag.
Right.
And we're talking. Let me grab one of the card backs. We're talking a package like this. So it gets bent and twisted and contorted. If someone's wanting this as a collector's item, for their display, it's going to be mangled and tore up. Fortunately for me, they actually sent it in a nice box, but I'm an unboxer myself, so that's no problem. But you get a lot of people who try and collect. They don't have an option like, Big Bag Toy Store. You can click standard or collector. Give us an option for $1 or $2 extra. I mean, even Amazon could offer that. They're paying a few bucks extra. You give them a better packaging, better box. It just makes sense.
Correct.
But
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You're the Ghostbusters fan of the family. Do you remember an old show? I think it was actually called The Real Ghostbusters. They had a gorilla with them, and
No, that was Ghostbusters by
oh, okay,
Filmation. Now,
okay,
I do know about that show. Actually, before it was a cartoon, it was a live action show in the 70s, around 1975. It was a Saturday morning live action show about these two bumbling guys who were trying to fight ghosts, and they had a
right,
gorilla named Tracy. Okay, one guy was
okay,
named Kong. The gorilla was named Tracy. It was this whole thing. They were kind of like detectives, and they was like very goofy stuff. Think Gilligan's Island types comedy. It was along that vein. Okay, and then
right,
of course, when Ghostbusters the movie was being made, excuse me, they wanted the name Ghostbusters, but Sony and Columbia Pictures did not have the rights to it. Filmation owned the rights to it. Filmation, of course, is the people who are behind Masters of the Universe and Brave Star and all so many others.
right,
So what happened was that Filmation's like, okay, yeah, we'll, you pay us and we'll allow you the use of the name Ghostbusters. So they did. They didn't think it was going to be this big thing, and Ghostbusters was a phenomenal movie, made tons of money, and of course they wanted to move forward with merchandising, and that's where, well, Filmation's like, well, okay, if you're going to do a cartoon, we're going to do our own cartoon, which was a continuation of that live action show, where the sons of those two guys were now taking over the business.
Well, now they
Yeah.
actually had some figures from that cartoon,
Yes.
and they were high dollar. Like they were
Figures.
I wanted to get the
Also,
monkey.
they had a play set. They also had a play
Yeah.
set and the car.
Yeah.
Because the car, their whole thing was when they banished the ghost or battled the ghost, they sent it back to the distant future.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
So that was the whole thing, and their car could actually, like, it could fly, had a rocket thing on it. It talked back to them. I mean, the Filmation Ghostbusters was very hilarious. You could even, if I'm correct, you can still watch episodes of it either on YouTube or on Amazon Prime right now.
Right.
So, but yeah, those Ghostbuster figures are pretty much kind of a holy grail for like true collectors. But there's a good chunk of the Ghostbusters community that doesn't like that because they like, it's like you get people who like the original Star Wars trilogy opposed to the prequels. You get that all the time. So
I remember which I'm quite a bit older than you, Dave, I imagine. I remember when I was a kid, that used to come on the Chicago station after school. That show
WGN,
and I used to watch it on there. And
well, I used to love the theme song. The theme song was pretty catchy too. Ghostbusters, let's go.
Yeah, but that was a good show, man. I mean, I obviously I liked the regular ones, but I mean, that was that was something different,
and that's why when Columbia Pictures and people behind the Ghostbusters movie wanted to do the cartoon, they were going to be competing the same time frame, the same year. Right. So that's why they called themselves the real Ghostbusters.
Right.
So that was the whole distinction between the two. But yeah, I love that they've been bringing back the Kenner reissues. I mean, something like that is going to freak the hell out of a kid nowadays.
Oh, yeah.
And like I did a review of this. They even show, like, you can see the veins coming out of the arms. I mean, just the sheer detail that they did on them. Just like with Fearsome Flush. With the eyes and the tongues. And, I mean, keep it away from a toddler.
Reminds you of Pee Wee Herman's Cherry. Remember Cherry?
Yeah.
The Cherry.
Oh, yeah.
On Pee-wee?
Well, when I see this, I always think of Look Who's Talking To. When the kid is being potty trained and he's afraid of the toilet chomping down on him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love that stuff, the classic stuff that they're coming out with. But Walmart is doing that, and I took a chance. I did a pre-order on 2 Ecto ones because they're reissuing the original Kenner Ecto. So I actually pre-ordered 2 of them. I'm hoping they come in decent packaging. So we'll see what happens. Yeah. But if I find it in the store first, I am going to cancel my pre-order. So we'll see what happens. I mean, they're selling those for about $49 a piece, which isn't bad.
No, that's not bad at all. Not for a vehicle. That's not bad at all.
G4 says Big Bad Toy Store's been taking forever to ship lately. Richard Burr says Tasman, pull it up, it's good. Oh, the cartoon, okay. John Choker says, wow, that's awesome to know. Thanks, Dave. Yeah, Ghostbusters, when they were filming the original movie, they were running it by, I think, 5 or 6 different names. I think it might have been Ghost Chasers or Ghost Hunters. They went through different, because they had different title sequences for each one.
Right.
Because they didn't know what the movie was going to finally be named until they secured it down. And of course, with the original movie, they were going to have John Belushi.
And then,
but of course, he passed away, and I think it was 1983 when he died. And they had to rush, and they reached out to Bill Murray. Of course, Bill Murray worked with both Belushi and Aykroyd. And of course, he had just finished working with Harold Ramis for Stripes, and that was also Ivan Reitman.
I like John Belushi, but I do believe that Bill Murray probably fit that movie better than what Belushi would have.
Yeah, well, they did go through several scripts from the original concept that Dan Aykroyd wanted. They made almost a completely different movie.
Right.
Dan Aykroyd wanted it to be more darker, more supernatural, because that's in his family's blood. His family is known for, basically being like clairvoyances and mediums in the supernatural world. That's why he had the show Sci Factor way back when. He was very heavy into that stuff. Originally the Ecto-1 was going to be a black car. It was going to be a 59 Caddy still, but it was going to be a black car with the purple black lights on it.
Yeah.
But they wound up with a white car, and obviously it's more family friendly and everything. John Joker says, didn't the Ghostbusters come out before or after Bozo the Clown? They came out after.
I believe it was close, around the same. I think he's mean on the same, if Ghostbusters came on at 3:30, Bozo came on at 4 or whatever.
Okay.
I think it did, because little known fact about the Tasman, I still love Bozo the Clown. He was awesome. I love the grand prize game. That was the one one thing I never hit on my bucket list. But I love WGN. WGN had some really. I'm thinking. Do you remember that cartoon Cops Fighting Crime and
COPS? Yes. Yep.
I'm pretty sure that came on with WGN. Now I might be wrong.
Yeah, with Bulletproof and Long Arm. Yeah, I remember. I was born in '78, so I'm 42. So trust me, I remember all those cartoons. Man. Yeah,
you've aged better than me, brother. I've lived hard.
But yeah, trust me, I remember all that stuff. It's like I was watching the Peg Warmer stream with Thousand Ghost and Prentice Ewok, and Thousand Ghost kind of did like a little mini tour, like all his Funko Pops.
Yeah,
he's got a lot of Funkos. And I saw one of the things on the wall. I'm like, wait a minute, is that Automan? He actually has an Automan figure. Now it's a short-lived TV series back in the 80s, around the time of Tron and Knight Rider and Street Hawk.
I think it was called Captain Power, where you put
Captain
him in his
Power
little ship and you could shoot at the TV or something.
Yeah, it used this interactive laser technology.
Yeah,
where they sold the figures with VHS tapes.
Yeah.
So when certain lights were flashing on the screen, you could flash back, and it made a reaction on the toy you were playing with.
Yeah.
That's back when they were making the TV shows just to merchandise the figures back then. That's the whole story behind He-Man, and I'm really excited for the new one, the new He-Man that Kevin Smith is behind. It's going to be a little bit weird because we got the original voice of Skeletor playing Moss Man.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's going to be. I trust Kevin Smith. He's a fan just like we are, so we know. When you get a fan involved, it's just like with Star Wars now, with Filoni running things, pretty much being the creative mind behind all the Star Wars stuff. I think Star Wars is going to be headed in a better direction. But
I've always been kind of hit and miss with Kevin Smith, like mostly his comic books. Like when he was writing comic books, seems like he did really well. I can't remember the name of the story on. It was Green Arrow story. He did a really good. I think it was called Quiver. He did
Okay.
a really good Green Arrow, but then he missed a lot on some of his comic books. So I'm a little bit leery of him, but I hope he does all right. I mean, I think he's a cool guy and stuff. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I
But I
love Jay
mean,
and Silent Bob. I just
yeah. I mean, everyone. Not everyone's gonna have perfect hits. I mean,
right.
he's made a few flops like Jersey Girl.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, Chasing Amy's it's a pretty good movie for the most part, but some movies got a little slowness to it. But I mean, and when it comes to like oh god, what was I love Jay and Silent Bob. I love Dogma.
Dogma was
Mallrats is a
great.
classic, of course.
Yeah,
But I loved how close he was with Stan Lee in Stan's last years. Like I heard one story at one point he was even offering to put Stan up. Like he was gonna buy Stan a house because I know Stan Lee was going through a lot of financial stuff and issues with his family.
yeah,
So I mean, it's
yeah. That was sad how things
because I
kind of
guess
went
things
for
were
Stan
strained
Lee, and
between him and his daughter. I guess was
yeah,
one story I read.
yeah. There were a lot of different rumors coming out of there, but I mean, it just I don't know, man. The guy who did all that he did for this whole industry, it was sad to see him go the way he did.
Yeah. I mean, I'll never be able to hear or, when I think of Spider Man, I'm already hearing Stan Lee's narrative voice in my head.
Yeah,
You know? I mean, I go back to when I read the comics as a kid to, Spider Man and his amazing friends as, watching the cartoon way back when. I'm surprised Hasbro didn't do with Marvel that they didn't do like a big 3-pack where they could have had Iceman, Firestar, and Spider-Man together.
that would have been cool.
That would have been awesome.
Now, do you remember even before the Spider-Man and his two buddies came out, that
there was a live action show.
Yeah, and then there was also the cartoon, which the only way I could get it here was I had to rent it on VHS.
Late 60s, I want to say, or
it was
early
the one
70s.
Spider-Man.
Man.
And then they had the one. Do you remember this? It was a Captain America, and it was something like when Captain America throws his mighty shield.
Yeah,
you know what
they
I'm
also
about?
had a Thor as well, and they had an Iron Man around that same time. They all had their cartoons back then.
Yeah.
And I always wish that they would have played those on Boomerang. That would have been awesome.
Yeah. But now, speaking of Spider-Man, I mean, that 90s cartoon is still, still holds up today, man. I mean, it's still very watchable today.
I rewatched the entire thing about 3 months ago on Disney. I'm glad that Disney has it.
Oh, I didn't know Disney did have it. I will be watching it probably starting tomorrow.
Because they have that, and they also had, right after that series ended, they did a Spider-Man Unlimited, which was like him with the nano suits, and he went to an alternate Earth because he was trying to save J. Jonah Jameson's son, John, who was an astronaut. And they were on this alternate Earth where there's an alternate Venom and Carnage and, everything else, and humans are like the minority. It was a pretty okay, but I mean the 90s Spider-Man, that I honestly have to say that's the best Spider-Man cartoon of all time.
Well, I mean Batman the Animated Series and the animated X-Men from the 90s. I mean, arguably up until Clone Wars.
It was the same studios doing those two, the X-Men and the Spider-Man, because they even had a crossover.
Oh, I did not remember that. But
yeah, they had a really small crossover where Spider-Man was mutating into a man spider because that was part of the series that they called the Neogenic Nightmare.
Yeah,
and he was starting to mutate, and he wanted to find a place where he belonged, so he went to the X-Men. And Professor X is like, "Well, I'm sorry, you're not actually a mutant. You're not natural. Mutants are born with these gifts naturally. Yours was an accident. Right. You don't have a place here." So. But him and Beast actually got kind of befriended each other, and him and the Wolverine kind of tag team a couple times. But they had a nice little crossover there.
Well, now, do you remember they did one Spider-Man cartoon around the same time? It might have been a little later that actually was on MTV for a while. Do you remember that?
Yes, that one was around the time they did the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movie.
Yeah.
Because it had the voice of Neil Patrick Harris was Harry.
Yeah.
And Lisa Loeb was MJ.
I did. Wow. That's crazy.
So yeah, I remember it. You can still find it on some streaming services. It's a little bit harder to find, but you can still look it up.
I don't think it lasted that long.
No, it was like one season, but it was pretty good. I just think it was a little bit ahead of its time, you know?
Well, I mean, that was like Wolverine and the X-Men. I mean, I thought that was an amazing cartoon, and I would have loved to see what.
I wish they would have continued it. Yeah. And I mean, that's the thing. But of course, when it comes down to it, those kinds of shows, with the exception of the MTV one, they aired pretty much on Fox. And let's be honest, we know Fox is notorious for canceling a show. You know, either early, they just don't think it's, you know, some shows it takes a couple seasons for it to find its footing.
Get going. Yeah.
Me and my wife, we were watching, there's a show called Prodigal Son that we really got into.
Yes,
they canceled it.
Did they? Oh,
they canceled
it.
I
didn't know they.
But they're still trying to shop it around. They're still having discussions with other networks, and I really hope that they, you know, they salvage it. Because I liked
it. The kid who played Jesus on The Walking Dead, and it had the guy who played his dad actually played Lucian on Underworld.
Underworld, yep, and he's appeared in a bunch of other things. He's also directed and appeared on with Good Omens with David Tennant. I'm gonna mute myself for a second. Be right back.
I did not know they canceled that show. I really like Prodigal Son. That's give me something else to be depressed about tonight.
Sorry about that. The wife was like, I heard you talking about me. Should I be worried? I'm like, no, you're perfectly fine. We were talking about Prodigal Son.
I can't believe they canceled that, man. That's kicked me right in the. Yeah.
And the sister, she was from the Orville.
Yeah, that's right.
I was really hoping to see where they take it, because I liked a lot of the people on the show. Like, oh geez, I'm blanking on his name. The one that played the lead detective. He was La Bamba, played Richie Valens. Lou Diamond Phillips. I mean, he's a likable actor. He's done some amazing stuff, and I just wish they would have. You know,
and he was very. We'll see what happens on that show. I mean, I actually, the father, who was supposed to be basically, I guess, a Hannibal Lecter of that time or whatever. I mean, he was very likable to be a mass murderer or whatever. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? He was very. I liked how he was likable, and he was that funny kind of crazy. Yeah.
You know.
I tell you,
catch up on the chat here.
Do you remember when they had the Constantine TV show?
Oh, hell yes.
I love that show. I loved it. The only season. And
I had hope when CW reached out to him to reprise the character, but they haven't really done that justice. Like, they had the character appear a couple times on Arrow, and now he's a reoccurring character on DC Legends of Tomorrow.
Right.
But I really wish they would just say, "Hey, let's give him the Hellblazer show that he's supposed to have."
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure he's done the voice for some of the
animated ones as well.
League Dark, which I don't know if did you see? I think it's called Apocalypse War or something. Justice League Dark.
I haven't watched that one yet.
Man,
I've been watching the other ones.
That is brutal. Like, it is, like, there are some vicious scenes in that, man.
Not for the kiddies, obviously.
Not for the kiddies. That's one thing I think DC does a lot better than Marvel is their animated
animated movies, but then the live action movies, it's always Marvel.
Yeah.
So go figure. But we'll see what happens since now DC and it's now Warner Media is now owned by
Amazon, isn't it?
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. No, Amazon bought MGM.
MGM, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so I think it was, I want to say AT&T or something like that bought them, but the Warner Media Group or whatever they're calling themselves. But Amazon picked up MGM, so you know what that means. James Bond, every damn James Bond property is now Amazon, so we'll see what happens with that.
I liked all the James Bond. I really love Skyfall. I thought my biggest problem with James Bond is like he came across as too unbeatable, and I thought the Skyfall movie really showed a weakness to him,
Yeah.
A more human James Bond than we'd ever seen. And I really went out of my way to find a Daniel Craig James Bond figure and could not find one. So what I did, do you remember the Gotham series of figures that came out from that Gotham TV
Yes.
show? I actually took the Gordon from there, and he doesn't
Okay.
look exactly like Daniel Craig, but he's got a suit on and has similar hairstyle or whatever. So that was my Daniel Craig who I messed around with. So I don't know. I really liked Skyfall.
Well, I mean, I've always loved all the James Bond movies. My top Bonds are actually obviously Connery. You got to go with Connery.
Yeah, Connery's for
and I have a soft spot for Timothy Dalton, but my top two are Connery and Brosnan.
I thought Brosnan was great. I actually, when Daniel Craig first took over the role, I thought he was kind of a little bit too jacked for James Bond. I mean, he's a bit, pretty stout guy, but I think he's done well.
At first, I thought he was going to be a bit stiff.
Yeah.
But it's open to interpretation. So I mean, it's definitely kind of like, it's almost like with they kind of reinvented everything. Like they slowly worked. Obviously, they worked Dane Judi Dench out of it. Now they have Ralph Fiennes in it.
Yeah.
And it kind of gives you almost a retro feel to it without being retro.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm excited to see what happens with the next one, because I know that he's not going to be 007. He's going to be James Bond, but he's not going to be 007. They're going to have a female actor who takes over the rank of 007. And there's a whole lot of controversy with that, which I think is just nonsense.
Yeah. Do you remember the cartoon James Bond Jr.?
Junior, yep.
Those figures are actually, I mean, not crazy expensive, but I mean,
so, 1,000 Ghosts was showing off some of those during his little impromptu toy tour that he did in his house. He's got everything.
Most people want to go to Disneyland on vacation. I want to go to 1,000 Ghosts' house and just tour
1,000 Ghostland, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, he's got some great stuff.
Blue Eyes says that Target was disappointing. Well, go to another one.
In other words, Blue Eyes did not come out there with us an action figure.
No,
we forgive you, Blue Eyes.
She probably came out with some margarita mix. John Joker.
Can't go wrong with that.
What? No love for Sir Roger Moore? I mean, he was good, but he's not one of my top favorites.
I don't put him up there with Connery, and I don't put him with Brosnan.
No.
And Connery's another person we lost in 2020, and I guess there was so much tragedy going on in 2020 that he kind of got overlooked. But I mean, he was awesome in everything he did. The Rock with Nicolas Cage was amazing. League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Can't hear you, Dave. Oh, okay.
Let's try that now.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm Untouchables, and
Untouchables.
I love them in everything. Entrapment,
he was awesome, man.
But I'm always, when I think Connery, either James Bond, and don't laugh at me, Ramirez from Highlander.
Dude, like, I'll be honest with you, I liked Ramirez better than I did Christopher
McLeod?
Lambert's Highlander. Yeah, I mean, when he died, when what's his name killed him, I was so. And they actually did some Highlander figures. A cartoon, and those are actually high dollar too. The Ramirez,
the Quickening cartoon, yeah. I'm curious to see who they're going to get because I don't know if you heard they're going to be making another Highlander movie. They're kind of restarting it, rebooting the franchise with I'm blanking on his name. Superman himself is going to be playing Connor McLeod. Henry Cavill. I'm curious to see who they're going to get to play Ramirez.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, if you could pick someone right now to play Ramirez, to play a mentor for Henry Cavill, who would you want to pick?
I would throw Liam Neeson out there. He's older.
I think he's probably going to be the obvious choice because I think we saw him play that kind of a mentor who was actually a villain in Batman Begins.
Right.
You know, I mean, I could definitely see. Let's be honest. I mean, I hated that his character of Qui-Gon Jinn died in the first movie. I wish they could have done something more like the Force Ghost. You know, a little bit more of his narrative in the series in some shape or form. You know, something like that. I mean, I could definitely see him doing it. I wouldn't mind. I mean, I almost would love to see maybe Idris Elba.
That would be cool.
I mean, I know he's a pretty hot commodity.
Kurgan,
yeah.
Oh yeah. For Kurgan, for the bad guy, I don't like him, but I think Dave Bautista would be good, possibly for that role.
Well, I mean,
and
Bautista,
like I said, I'm not a huge Bautista fan.
I mean, did you see Army of Dead?
I did.
Okay. What I actually thought he was, you know, for a former wrestler, I thought he was pretty good in that. You know,
I mean,
worse.
And I mean, he did. He's good in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
What was it? He was really disappointing as the Bond villain Inspector, but I don't know if that was so much.
I didn't see that one
yet. They wrote him.
I didn't see that one yet.
So he did.
I can't say
he disappointed that. I don't know. I'll probably lose some fans on this or whatever. He's very political, Batista is, and he's
yeah. I mean,
you know,
that's very
I'm not
true.
a fan of either side being that way. Listen, you know, I don't know what your political beliefs is. You don't know what mine is. But if we disagreed, I wouldn't come out and insult you and your whole family. And let's just say Batista said some things about some people he didn't agree with that didn't sit well with me. I just don't think people need to talk shit about other people.
I mean, it's one thing if you're a celebrity, you got to be perfectly honest that you know that people are going to come at you every which way but loose. If you're a celebrity, you have fame, you know, people can say, you know, people are going to say what they want about you, whether you like it or not. But, you know, and let's be honest, you know, when we were all kids, we were always told, you know, someone says something about your mother or your father. Do they know your mother or father? No. Well, then whatever they say is meaningless. But, you know, when we hear something, we just trigger and we react. Of course, like when there was the whole thing with James Gunn, he kind of said, well, you know what? You know, if he's not going to be the director for the third movie, then I'm going to drop out. That's a case of, you know, stuff from the past being stirred up and, you know, causing damage to one person's career. But then you're going to be like, well, you know what? I'm taking my toy. I'm going home. I'm not going to do this. I mean, everything's going to be a gray area. Batista does. I still think of him as a wrestler, so I always refer to him as Batista. He's, you know, it's just like you get the stuff with what was her name? The actress who played in Mandalorian was Cara Dune, or the character Cara Dune.
Gina Carano.
Gina Carano. I think she's a good actress, but she gets a little too political, and you know there's backlash with that. You know, there's a time when you need to say, okay, I don't agree with this, but find a way to present it. You should have PR people at your disposal who say, well, what you want to say right now, you're saying this. Can you word it this way? Are you comfortable doing this? Or if not, you know, maybe they have a ghostwriter for their social media. You know, when you just react, because I worked in retail for 14 years and I do tech customer service for 7 years. There's a difference between responding and reacting. You know, if you're talking to me, I'm just nodding my head. I'm just reacting.
Right.
Now, if you're talking to me, you're explaining the situation, and I'm responding with what you just told me, then obviously I'm responding to you. I'm understanding what you're saying. I'm just not giving a reply. I'm listening to everything that's going on.
Right.
I'm thinking it through before I say or do anything.
Right.
Now, a person's going to be more responsive to that instead of just saying, yeah, like you're in the principal's office,
Right.
And it's just sad when you get people who, they say, "Oh, I'm famous. I can say and do what I want." Well,
Right.
that's
And it
not the
doesn't
case,
work that.
people.
Which
Not
now I
anymore.
will say I'm not crazy about this whole cancel culture thing. Like I mean, how many times in your life have you said something that you regretted? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't think somebody should lose their job and have to apologize to everybody. I mean, I don't know. As a whole, I think this country gets offended too easy about everything.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'm-
I don't know.
I mean, honestly, I agree with it. I mean, back when we were kids, you drank from the water hose. You
Yeah,
if someone, the kid who you got in an argument with that day, well, you're back outside playing in front of his house with your GI Joes the next day.
right,
It
right.
was, a lot of times, is there oversensitivity? In my opinion, yes. I mean, it's
Now
not what
that
it
being
used to
said,
be.
I don't think people should go out and purposely insult other people or whatever. But
Yeah,
I mean, it just seems like nowadays, I mean, they're bringing out tweets, and I mean, I would hate to think some of the stuff I said 20 years ago. I'm 42 years old, and
yeah,
I would like to think that I'm a better person now than I was. And sometimes I think that we go back too far and we see things people have said. People grow as individuals every
yeah.
day. And I don't think we should punish somebody for something they said when they were 17, 18 years old. I mean,
No, I
like
mean, go ahead.
like James Gunn, you were talking about him. I guess the tweets he said were, several years back or whatever that
Yeah,
got him in trouble. Back then, comedy was different than it is now.
yeah,
You could say things and people wouldn't get butt hurt about everything now. So it's
yeah.
just, I
No,
don't know, man.
exactly. I mean, think about. Okay, I'm just going to throw a couple comedians out there. Okay, George Carlin,
Yep.
Sam Kinison, Eddie Murphy,
Yeah.
Andrew Dice Clay. There's 4 comedians. They try doing their act today. It would not fly.
Oh,
They would
it
not
would
go
be
anywhere.
over for them. It would be
You know,
over. And
and
I mean, honestly, comedy is something that's always brought people together.
yeah,
I mean, me and you might barely know each other, but I mean, if we can sit and have a good laugh together, that bonds people. And so I don't know, man. Collectible Warrior seems to be having some gas. That happens to
well,
me all the time, man. I understand.
time to turn the fan on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the cancel culture thing, I like. It's just way out of hand. I mean, like I just said with the comedy. Eddie Murphy used to make fun of everybody.
Oh yeah, Andrew Dice
Everybody.
Clay did. I have some Andrew Dice
What?
Clay actually on this phone right
What?
here that if I played would probably get us both kicked off YouTube.
Oh, Mother Hubbard went to the yeah,
Yeah,
Eh,
yeah. I mean, he
but
but
it's like the comedians. They didn't just single one person out. They went on everybody. Eddie Murphy
right.
made fun of homosexuals and lesbians. Made fun of whether you were white, Italian, Latino, whatever your background was. He made fun of everybody, and we
Yeah,
all laughed at him
right.
because it's almost as if we can't laugh at each other anymore. One person takes something too much offense.
Well,
I
and
mean,
that's the thing about comedy. People don't realize. So unless you're looking inside yourself and at other people, and unless something's actually true, it's not funny. So if you take away the insults and a little bit of the self degradation, then comedy goes away. And I mean,
exactly.
I wouldn't want to be a comedian in today's world because I mean, you say one thing, dude, and it's game over.
Well, I feel bad for any comedian over this, past year and a half, because let's be honest, they weren't working.
No.
Some of those comedians that's how they were making their living is doing comedy, and now, well, it's almost like they came back from war, and now places are opening up, and now with cancel culture, they're kind of like walking through a minefield, as far as
Yeah.
like, okay, what can I say? What can I say right now?
Right.
It's just like with TV. well, what is going to work in this climate? Can I do this kind of show opposed to this kind of show?
Right.
Because I mean, you get like a lot of shows that okay, well, we have to be woke, we have to be aware
Yeah.
of everything, and But the thing is, if you are purposely trying to make your show the most aware and awoke type of show environment, well, there is such a thing as trying too hard to do something.
Well, the country as a whole, and I mean, this will probably make some people mad, and if it does, I'm not going to apologize for it because it's what I believe.
Well,
The country has become
we're not
too
getting
woke.
canceled.
The country has become too woke. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
I'm never going to go out and purposely try to hurt somebody's feelings. I'm never going to
No.
I don't care what color somebody's skin is. I don't care who somebody sleeps with. I don't care. Basically what you do at your house is fine with me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to make fun of it or whatever. But, if it gets to the point that, we just start picking at people over anything. I mean, and I mean, you can say something and not even mean it the way they turn it around. You know what I'm saying? And so I just, my motto is be good to everybody. And you know what? If I offend somebody, sorry, but I just you got to live your life, man. You gotta say how you feel.
I always say life is too short.
Yeah.
You never know what's going to happen, and like you were saying before, like with James Gunn, that was maybe 7-10 years ago. You're not the same person you were when you were 18. You're not the same person at 25. You're not the same person at 35.
Right.
But the importance is remembering who you were.
Right.
At every point in your life.
Right.
Because we all change. Now, that's part of that is a line from Don't Laugh, Doctor Who. When the 11th Doctor was dying and regenerating into the next Doctor that he would become, he does this line. How, he's going to come any moment. The doctor, she's girl says, "You are the doctor." He says, "Yes, I'll never forget any word of this for the rest of my life."
Right.
We all change, but the important thing is remembering who we were as we go through, as we change, because we all change. Right. Whether it's learning stuff, whether in school or learning things through life, that's what it comes down to. And ironically, I kind of paraphrased that, and I used some of that in my vows when I married my wife.
Oh, that's awesome.
Well, long story short, me and my wife, we've been married 2.5 years. Okay. We met later in life. We kind of wish we would have met each other sooner, but had we met each other 20 years, 15 years before, 10 years before, we might not have been ready. We might have not been the two people that worked so well the way we do now.
Right.
So, we always say that, she always says it would have been great if we would have met sooner, because it turns out I actually knew someone that she was friends with about 20 years ago. So
right.
it could, there was a chance we could have met.
I know
but
how
that
is. I wish I'd have met somebody sooner.
But we worked out when we met when we did. So sometimes you got to change. You got to go through all those obstacles. You got to go through those fumbles until you become the right person. So
and the thing, the thing I will say is this: you can't become a better person unless you make mistakes. I learn more about. You learn more about who you are, and you learn more about life when you make a mistake than you do when you get things right. And if we don't let people make mistakes from time to time, if we bury them and cancel them for every little thing, people aren't going to get better. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, you know what? This country, there's been some awful things happen in this country, but I still think we live in the greatest country in the world. Are we better than we were 20 years ago? Hell yeah, I can tell you right now, I think we're a lot better than we were 20 years ago. Do we still have ways to go to improve to make sure everybody's treated the way they should be? Yeah, we do. But look at where we were 200 years ago. Look where we were 100 years ago, 50. You know what I'm saying? And look at all these other countries. I mean, I mean, there's a lot of countries that if you're, like, say, for example, homosexual, you can't come out and say I'm gay. And, so, I mean, it just,
John
we,
Joker asks. John Joker asks, "Have I heard? This may sound stupid. I have heard the word, but what the heck does woke mean? I decided to look it up here. Woke: alert to injustice in society, especially racism. Example: we need to stay angry and stay woke. Woke is a term to refer to awareness of issues that concern social justice and racial justice. It is sometimes used in the African American vernacular English expression "stay woke." But you know, I think that's more of a PC way about saying it. I think the term itself may be accurate, but personally, I think that majority of people out there are not using it accurately.
well, I think there's a lot of people who are
it,
using it to their advantage. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, I think a lot of people are using it to find bad things on other people, or to find things that the opposite of sheep. I just I don't know.
Yeah.
I should be Einstein Tasman.
The dog from Back to the Future?
I just think I tell my daughter, go out and treat people the way you want to be treated, and if you do that, I think you'll be all right.
I mean, like I said, it's definitely a different day and age from when we were kids. You kids, you tripped, you fell, you were still playing in the dirt. You went
Yeah.
outside. I mean, let's be honest. We knew what time to come home when streetlights came on.
Yeah.
Or if you heard somebody call from your house, you hear your full government name shouted in the street, you knew you were in trouble.
You knew
Okay.
Shit was about to hit the fan.
Exactly.
And I mean, hey, I'll be honest with you. I've been raising my kid. I've been raising my kid on my own for 10 years. I was married a second time, and she helped with my daughter for a lot. But I mean, for the most part, it's been me pretty much taking care of her for 10 years. And you see kids nowadays, and sometimes I feel like you hear parents say this all the time. Well, I want to give my kids a life I didn't have. Well, I had a pretty good life growing up, and sometimes I think we're giving our kids too much, and I hope this doesn't offend everybody, but you see a lot of kids who can't screw in a light bulb anymore, or you know what I'm saying? I mean, it just we got to. I don't know. Have you seen the new Halloween movie, the 2019 or whatever?
No, I haven't. The last one I saw was the Rob Zombie one.
There's a line in it where Jamie Lee Curtis says, "If I raise my daughter to go out and face the horrors of this world and be all right, but she hates me, then I can live with that." I don't know if it's exactly like that, but that's basically what she was saying. And I mean, that's how I kind of feel with my daughter. If I can raise her to be able to take care of herself when I'm gone, and she might say I was a little hard on her or whatever. I can live with that because I want her to be ready to face the world, because it ain't always a pretty place.
I mean, I myself, until I was 10 years old, I didn't have a father in my life. My mom met my stepdad, and I always called him dad. He was the only dad I ever knew. And he was the type of guy who he was, was in the army, Vietnam vet, went to hell and back, He was always that rough guy, He'd have you out in the yard when it's 80, 90 degrees, doing woodworking, all kinds of stuff, But he also, he was rough on me, but it made me a tougher person. It made me go through. Like a lot of times, we couldn't afford things, so we would make things. Like he taught, I'm not a mechanic, but if someone's got a hole in your exhaust pipe, I can fix it with a hose clamp and a soup can.
Hey, that's awesome. I can fix anything with duct tape, my friend. Duct tape is my best for.
He taught me to improvise, but he also taught me, the value of honest work. He taught me a lot of things, and if it wasn't for that, like, I was an asthmatic. I had, like you heard me talk about my vision. I had issues as a kid. I didn't ride a bike until I was 10 years old.
Right.
Because I had balance issues. He got me a scooter, like a little push scooter, so I can learn my balance, And, because specialists had told my mom, oh, he'll never ride a bike. He'll never be able to have proper balance. He'll never do anything. I was I used to roller skate, and I was a skate guard at a skating rink. So that just tells you, he just kept pushing me to do things.
Sounds like he was a heck of a dad to me, man.
Yeah.
Sounds like he was a heck of a dad to me.
He taught me the value of certain things. So, and I'm grateful, and I miss him every day. But, some of the things I do, like if, something needs fixing, I go through my tools to see what I have. If I don't have it, I think, okay, what would he have done? And I come up with a crazy concept. Like in some of my videos, some people see that I have talked about, I have my little desk here, right? This is my workshop. I don't have a garage. I don't have a shed I can go to. I live in an apartment. So a lot of my woodwork, any kind of modifying I'm doing, any kind of, like when I'm building my Ghostbuster stuff, I'm doing it on this desk here.
Well, now let me ask you, did you build that shelving?
The shelving back here? No. This is like pre-made stuff. I just put it together, like you buy at Walmart and whatnot.
I tell you, you have a really good setup back there, man. I really like that. I think actually when you walked back there, I didn't know you had your headset off. I was talking about how I liked your setup. That looks really good.
Yeah, I got that on Walmart. And the side ones, these are just like three-tier shelves. They're just stacked on top of each other. And kind of the same thing off to the side here. So, and it works out because, this is I have a bunch of totes and stuff back there. So this is like our storage room. So I just put some bookshelves in front of it.
I have so much stuff in totes right now. And
that's like Christmas trees and ornaments and stuff like that. So
yeah. Like I'm running out of wall space because this is my office or whatever, and I've got all these Black Series figures, and I had them all in my bedroom for a long time, but I'm trying to get everything in this office and stuff like that. But I don't know. I tell you, you hate to buy all this stuff. I feel like if I buy something and then just put it, in a tote or something, I'm not getting my money's worth. You know what I'm saying? I like to be able to see it and stuff like that. But I do have a lot of stuff in totes.
Well, it's like last summer, I had a ton of Transformers. Probably, I don't know, maybe 80 some odd Transformers. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to build a full-scale proton pack. There's kits and stuff that I can get, but, the shells are made of fiberglass. They're, nice and durable, but they're costly. So what I did was I said, okay, I'm running out of space for one. And two, I said, okay, I'm going to need to I need my space, but I also need to free up some capital. So I sold my Transformers. Got about just under around 400 for it. So it was a nice little deposit I did. And, I was able to build my stuff. But just to give you an idea, that's my work computer.
That's awesome.
Because I work from home, so I do my call center job from home because of my health status. I can still get away with doing that for right now. But then normally that would free up more space that I normally can use to do stuff. I really don't have that much space like I used to.
Right.
So, it's about like a lot of my I've obviously my license plates, and I have a bunch of stuff that's hanging up. So I still have some wall space up there. But it's just about trying to make some more room. But eventually I do probably anticipate selling some of my figures to make more room. So we'll see what happens.
Right.
So it's you gotta make the best of what you have. Let's catch up on some of the chat here.
And that's the thing. When you've been collecting as long as we have, man. I actually, when the pandemic started, I went through and pulled out a bunch of old totes and started selling stuff on eBay. And I actually sold almost $10,000 worth of stuff on eBay. I had a bunch of the old wrestlers. I had a bunch of the old Hasbro line. I had old G.I. Joes. I had old Transformers. And I actually had a bunch of old Marvel stuff that I sold. And some of it I wish I'd have kept now. I sold a lot of DC stuff. But so I don't even want to know.
Pterodome, how you doing today?
Hey, that guy's awesome. Pterodome's a good guy. But I'm telling you, it's really hard to find space for everything. I have to reorganize my collection about once every 2 or 3 months to get to get everything to fit.
Collectible Wars says, "Hey Pterodome, what's up, homie?"
And I'm hoping Pterodome's doing all right. I know he was having some problems a week ago or so, and just let him know we're thinking about him. There's a lot of people out there who've been struggling some the last couple of weeks, and just know we're here for them, and we think a lot about them and stuff. And I guess it's Memorial Day coming up, and shout out to our armed forces and all those guys who are out there making sure we're safe every day too. We really appreciate that.
And even if there's someone watching this who hasn't served, you've known someone who, maybe you've lost someone who fought for our country. So keep them in your thoughts and prayers. I mean, my dad.
And this year especially, a lot of the first responders, as far as EMTs, hospital workers, whatever, who may have got sick or whatever, we lost. It just, man. What figures are they talking about? What are they looking for? What are they talking about? Air Max, I need them in my life. What are they? Can't figure out what they're talking about.
I know there was a little talk about religion and trying to see what
did anyone find the new wave of 3.75 Legends today?
Oh,
who's in that wave? I don't even know who's in that wave.
Downfall's back. Pterodome, how you doing, brother? Hope everything's better. Yeah, does anyone know? I heard Mr. Stargell reference America's Most Wanted was in the hospital. I don't want to pry. I don't want to pry too much, but any word, is he doing okay? I mean, he's always been a cool guy in any of the streams that I've watched or participated
he's always
in.
Been real nice.
So
he was on
if anyone knows,
a couple of nights ago. It must have been fairly sudden because
I think
a couple of nights ago.
Someone might have said something happened possibly Thursday or something, but I hope he's okay. I hope it wasn't anything serious. Hold on here. Personal stuff, we just need him in prayers. Okay. Well, whatever personal stuff he's going through, he's got all of us.
Vibes.
Yeah. If anyone does hear or speak with anyone that knows him, just pass our prayers and thoughts with him. We hope whatever he's going through, that he comes through, however long it takes, that he's got friends here.
And I'll tell you, when I was having my issues, the way this community reached out to me and stuff, it really meant a lot. So I don't think people realize how much it means until they are down and out and kind of having some problems. So hope everything's all right with him. But yeah, I'm so behind, which I don't buy a lot of the 3.75s. I picked up Spider-Man, and I actually just picked up Captain America this past week. I've been in a Captain America mood for some reason. I think that's where I'm watching that Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Yeah, I'm pretty much a 6-inch person myself. I don't do the smaller figures myself. Because it's almost like you have to get doubles.
yeah, that's true.
Grey Hulk, Cyclops for sure are the most out of the wave. Oh, you think he's talking about the new wave with the Iceman and everything?
Somebody said they were doing a U.S. agent wave.
I haven't heard anything about that. And I mean, respectfully, they just did the U.S. basically a U.S. agent, if you will. They've already done that with John Walker out of the
The
Disney
Marvel
Plus.
Legend.
I mean,
Yeah.
all you have to do is someone who's good with customs, repaint it. There's your,
Yeah.
it wouldn't be that hard to do. But I mean, then you got to expand the characters to involve U.S. agents. I'm sure they're going to do a U.S. agent show or something.
Yeah, I think they
can't see
will.
them not doing that.
I actually thought John Walker, because like when I read Captain America as a kid, for a while John Walker was Captain America, and actually what people don't probably realize is the U.S. agent suit that
Yeah.
John Walker ended up with was originally worn by Steve Rogers, because when they kind of took Captain America away from him, he wore that suit and called himself the Captain.
Yeah.
And then after he got the Captain America uniform back, he gave it to John Walker and he became U.S. agent. But he was pretty cool back in the comics.
Yeah, here's the you got Spider-Man 2099.
Yeah.
The Colossus, which is part of the Build-A-Figure. Iceman.
Well, now I think what they're talking about, Dave, is that retro 3.75.
Okay. Okay. I thought maybe they were talking about the rock and roller wannabe version of Cyclops. That's what I thought they were talking about.
Well, now that Age of Apocalypse storyline was actually really good. It went on for a long time, but Cyclops was actually bad in that. Magneto was good.
Yeah, Magneto. This looks. Oh, I mean, this looks just like a long-haired version, but this looks pretty close to Magneto from the '90s X-Men, pretty much.
Well, see what it was in that Age of Apocalypse. Xavier got killed, and Magneto. Basically, Apocalypse was basically taking over the world, and Magneto was actually leading the X-Men against him. So that's how he looked in that. It was like an alternate timeline type thing. Hey, what's that? Is that a SG Figuarts John Walker right there?
Yes,
SH
sir.
Figuarts. Let's see that.
Let's see if we pull them up.
I like the Figuarts figures.
Yeah, I like some of them. I did have the same issue Sleeping had with his Captain America. That some of the arm joints were a little loose.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I had to be careful how I posed mine. Here we go.
That's a good looking figure. But I hate to say it, and somebody was talking about this the other night.
That looks pretty cool right there.
Oh, Airmax just sent me. That is cool looking.
I like that effect, which obviously we could use for a regular Captain America.
Yeah, that's cool. But the SH Figuarts, somebody was talking in the chat last night. Hasbro's about caught them as far as their modes go, which that mode looks pretty good. But I got the Thor, Bro Thor, Fat Thor, whatever, in the SH Figuarts.
I do too.
And I don't know that it looks a whole lot better than the Hasbro one looks. So
yeah, well,
which it came with a lot more accessories.
So we get a alternate head here without the helmet.
That looks really good.
We got the we got the gun right there too.
Yeah,
that's not bad.
That's definitely worth buying, I think. Have you seen the Thanos in-game SH Figuarts?
Yeah, I've seen that one online.
I saw it in GameStop the other day, and I almost bought it, but $150 is a lot to drop.
Yeah. Now, John Joker said he actually messaged America's Most Wanted. Hopefully, he'll respond. So, hopefully, we'll hear something soon.
Yeah.
Pterodome, hey John Joker, hey Warrior, hey Richard, such good folks. Thank you all.
That great man, does look
check
good.
Your text.
Yeah, that's what he sent me a picture of those retro. It's the Marvel Legends retro. There's a Cyclops, a Bullseye.
This the one you're talking about?
Ant-Man. No, can you see on my?
No, the Thanos you mentioned.
Oh yeah, the Thanos. Yeah, that looks really good. That gray Hulk looks good.
Is it a regular Marvel figure?
It's a
Regular
Marvel
Hasbro?
retro. Pull
Okay.
it up. If you pull me back up, I can show you on. Airmax sent me a text that you can. Well, if I get it on my screen,
Okay. Gray
it
Hulk.
says
Okay.
Rich. And then there's the
It's kind of like a
Cyclops.
Marvel's version of the reaction figures, basically. Kind of.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
I was checking to see if maybe
I
they
tell
had
you,
something
talking about
posted
Captain
here.
America figures, I know this is the old Toy Wiz Marvel Legend, but this one, it was the Ultimate Cap, and I've had this figure forever, and I still love this figure.
Yeah, I got the Walmart Cap worthy one, but it had some bad paint applications. They sent me another figure, not the same one because they didn't have it in stock. But I wound up getting Archangel, Hasbro Legend,
Oh,
Marvel Legends. But I do have
Airmax
the
said to check your Instagram.
check my Instagram.
Now, do you have the worthy Captain America? Did you say, or did you not have it?
Yes, I do. Let me
Can I
actually.
see that? I've
Yeah,
been wanting. I've been. Is that the SH? Oh wait, who's already?
you jinxed it because Fat Hulk just fell down, or Fat Thor fell
Oh
down when
no,
I grabbed him. Because
mine falls down a
here's the
lot
Walmart
too.
one. This is the Walmart one. I actually got this from
Oh, I
Entertainment
want that
Earth,
figure so bad.
but here's the problem.
What?
There's a plastic mold issues, and then
Uh-huh.
this was all like it looked like it was defective, like all
Yeah.
the plastic didn't go in there. So I sent them pictures of that, and they sent me they said, well, we don't have that in stock. We can't send you another hammer. We'll send you another figure. I'm not going to refuse that.
Heck yeah.
And here's the SH Figure Arts.
They sent you that?
No. I bought this
Oh.
one myself.
Oh wow.
But I mean, it's got the same. I mean,
Yeah,
got the hammer, the lightning
that
effect.
looks that's
They
what I
got
liked
it
about
comes with
Thor's.
different.
He came with a
Yeah,
lot of lightning.
yeah. With him, it was the arm itself is a little kind of heavy. Like I can't just keep it like this. I have to kind of be careful how I'm connecting it. But you get like different shields. You can get a full shield that comes with it, or just the partial shield. I put the partial shield on here because I just like it for more accuracy. But I love that one.
Man.
The Fat Thor. Now, as far as the only downside is, they don't have any peg holes for the feet.
Oh, that yeah.
So I bought a bunch of these cheap little stands, so I can just have
That's
them kind
cool.
of like mid jump. But
I'm
also I
actually
love.
trying to find him on. Is he
Let's see one.
available on Big Bad right now?
Let's see. I'll pull that back up.
If he is, I might order him.
Actually, I wound up getting a better deal with this, with Cap,
Yeah,
on Amazon. I wound up
really.
saving a few bucks. Yeah. Let me look him up
That
real
was
quick.
such a killer scene when that was such a killer scene when he
Oh yeah,
when that hammer I don't think anybody when that thing happened didn't about jump out of their chair.
yeah. Everybody lost it. Oh, we got Blue Sasquatch here.
Oh, it's blue. Richard must have jumped off, man. Have a good night. Pooh Sasquatch. Hey, I'm gonna ask the chat. What's a good price for the Darth Vader Empire Strikes Back hot toy? I got somebody who says I could get it for $385 plus free shipping. Let me know if that's a good deal.
I'm going through Big Bad first to see if I can find that SH Figure Arts for you. I also have the Iron Spider of that one too.
Um,
The
the
SH
Iron
Figure
Spot.
Arts. Yeah.
Airmax just sent me a text, and it's 91.98 uh on Amazon. That figure.
Let me look up what I paid for that. My history.
I like that blue.
Uh,
Fantastic.
I actually bought him for $79.44 at the time.
That's a good deal for an SH.
And Fat Thor, Final Battle Thor Battle Edition was $83.99 at the time.
See, I know I think I paid 85 for my Fat Thor.
Yeah, because I was looking at Sideshow at the time. I looked at Big Bag Toy Store. That's the thing. I kind of go into research mode. If I'm looking to buy something, I try and find, or I'll wait and hope it goes down, and then it goes up, and I'm like, screw it. Before it goes any higher, I think I'll just buy it.
Is John Joker still on the chat?
Hey,
John,
John
let me
Joker, if you're
know
still here, hit us up.
let me know if 385 is good on that Empire Vader hot toy. If it is, I'm gonna go ahead and get it. John's our resident hot toy expert. If he says it's a good deal, well, heck, you'll pull it up.
I figured, hey, I'll just do a quick search, see if we come across anything. Let's see. Let's go shopping. This is the one you're talking about, 385.
Yes.
It says 385, 390. So
about average.
yeah. Hot Toys. I don't know if this is the same one. This one shows $299, but used.
Yeah, I always worry about those used ones.
I mean, did they use it to with a toothpick? What did they do with it? Who knows?
Yeah. What?
Yeah. I have yet to join the Hot Toy collection. He says, yeah, still here. Taz is wondering about a fair price for the Vader Hot Toy.
Hey, Joker, I'll sell you my my sideshow for $2 right now, which is $50 less than what I
Paid, probably.
pay. Yeah, it's $50 less than what I paid, and then I'll buy that hot toy.
Jeez.
Let me know if you want to buy that sideshow for $2.
Yeah, it looks like people are selling it for twice as much. In some cases, $769.
I'm thinking, but man, God, it's one of those deals. I'm like, how much in debt do I want to go?
And then how much is shipping on top of it, right?
Well, it's free shipping.
That's
yeah.
Jeez. That almost sounds like a steal. And it's
I
still
kind of
sealed?
feel like, yeah, it's brand new.
He says it's $100 more on Sideshow.
Call me on that sideshow, Taz. I figured he would. Boys, I don't know what I should do. Peer pressure. 384. I've been wanting that. I can always pay it off eventually.
I was looking at this.
Yeah, I saw that. It just came out on Big Bad.
I mean, I like Miles Morales. I'm more of a Scarlet Spider person myself. Mm-hmm. But I mean, with the cat, this is just insane. I love how this looks.
Yeah, I really like that figure.
You know, he's got his little his spider bite charge right there. You got the different props. He's got the headphones, the sneakers, the cat sticking out of the backpack. I mean, it looks really. I mean, you get the little rocket powered blades right there. I mean, as a former skater, I mean, that just hits me.
That
hits me
looks
tremendously.
really good.
And me being a Scarlet Spider fan, I love the hoodie having the emblem right in the front there.
Yeah, that looks amazing. I mean, it really does.
Yeah. I mean, just
and like I really stopped reading.
The cat with the costume
Ultimates.
cracks me up. Get the cat.
I
with
had
the
actually
little spider
stopped reading. Yeah, that's cool. I had actually stopped reading Ultimate Spider-Man right before he took over. But
Okay.
I mean, he was awesome into the Spider-Verse. I'm a big Miles Morales guy.
Yeah.
I would like to get that.
Did you hear the rumor about Into the Spider-Verse 2?
No, I have not.
They're trying to get the voice from the Spider-Man, the 90s Spider-Man, to do a voice in the second one. So maybe we get the 1990s Spider-Man to be in there, which I think would be cool. I still can't believe they got Nick Cage in that one.
Yeah.
John Joker says, "Call me on that sideshow, Taz." Sounds like deals are to be made. Tina's like, I've been eyeballing this fig as well. His price fluctuates constantly. Which one are you talking about, Tina? These Star
I think she's talking about the Vader.
Okay. Can I jump on real quick, Dave? Yeah. Let me throw the link in.
I just bought it.
No remorse.
I'll pay it off when I'm dead.
John Joker, I'm going to put it in the chat here. See, damn you, Taz, because I'm like, I have a trip to New York next week. Jeez. Well, he doesn't come out till July or September, so I can hold off on it.
Well, now with Sideshow, they have that's how I've been buying my Sideshows. They have a payment plan. I'm paying like $27 for the next 5 years a month. But screw it, shit. I'll skip a few lunches for that.
No, because I know there's the $25 coupon on a purchase of $250 or more, but I got like a $3 credit right now, and then if I do wait till next month, they got like another $10 credit I can put towards it, so that could work.
Yeah, you got this, brother.
And we got someone.
Oh, the man
John
right there.
Joker himself.
Hello, guys. How you doing? Hey, everybody in the chat. So first off, Taz, come to your consultant here on that before you decide to buy a hot toy.
Yes.
Not. And I was gonna say it's $285 on Sideshow Hot Toys as a retail, so $100 more. It's not that bad at all.
You can't get it on Sideshow though, can you?
It's on the wait list, but the wait list is full already.
Yeah.
So, but I was gonna say it'd be about with tax and everything, you're paying about maybe well for you 408, but for the Sideshow, the Hot Toy Sideshow, buying it in Sideshow it'd be about $320. So you, I mean, the $100 is not bad off the like with a third party, you know.
Yes, sir.
Tina Len says rent a fig. So I think you did I think you got a great deal out of that. It's just $100 more. I mean, now if it was like $200 more, I think that'd be a little too much for it.
Right. Well, so that's the cheapest one I saw on as far as eBay or anything like that.
Yeah. Now, speaking of before, I wanted to show Dave this. Let me get it real quick. I got it here. I'm doing the Tasman walking around too now. I ended up finding this in dirt cheap.
How much did you get it for?
$17.99.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's awesome.
That was good going for $49 before. So
right? Okay, so I got a good deal. I think it was just missing like the ladder, but I can get that later.
Yeah. Now there's two variants of that one actually.
Is there? Oh.
Yeah, there's one that it has more like of a brown muddy finish on the front of it, and there's another one that has more of a black like smoke filled finish on the front.
Hey guys, I'm going to be right back. I just realized I haven't eaten anything today, so I'm going to go get a sandwich. I'll be right back.
Go get a sandwich. But a lot of people think that it has to do with the movie itself.
Oh, does it?
That it's an old car. Maybe there's a burn. Engine has a little fire or whatever the case. Like something might happen in the movie. That could be why there's the variant of it. So
gotcha.
Because if you watch the trailer, you don't see that on the front of the car.
No, you don't.
So it makes us think that something's going to happen later in the movie. But yeah, I've seen people already modifying those, putting LED lights.
Really?
So yeah, there's people doing all kinds of mods with them. There's you can use acetone with the paint. A lot of people are doing custom paints on them. So it's a nice little one. I have that along with the Lego one.
Here it is.
Yeah. But even with the ladder, some people can make the ladder. So
yeah. Yeah, I was like, because I don't know if you have a dirt cheap there, but I was looking at it, and it was slightly open because they let you check on the stuff, and I saw that the ladder was missing, and I was like, oh, how much is it? So I have the little dirt cheap scanner, and I'm like, well, shoot, for $17.99, why not? That's like almost. And then I think I got another 10% off because I had one of those cards that had already been stamped. So I even got it for less, I believe. So I'm just like, oh, you know what? Cool.
Yeah, current price is still regular price. If you were to try and buy that online, is $49.99. I've seen some eBays that have that for about $44. So you're still ahead. Worst comes to worst, you can always make a ladder.
Yeah, I'll probably do that. Hi, Aaron. I got this at Dirt Cheap Collectible Warrior, kind of like a Ross, where they get stuff from Target and other places for a lower price.
An outlet. Look, up here we have Ollie's.
Yeah, it's a 1/18 scale blue.
Yep. Aaron's in the building. Aaron, how you doing tonight?
That's pretty cool.
Now, unfortunately, if anyone's interested, the figures do not scale with the car, which is the biggest gripe that the fans have. That they gave us an Ecto, but it doesn't scale with those figures. It doesn't even scale with the Kenner figures.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's true. You can tell, but it's still a beautiful piece.
Oh, yeah.
I love it. I can't go wrong. Yeah, you can tell. You can't tell. And I don't even think a Joe could fit in there. Maybe those 3 3/4 inch Legends will Marvel, but I don't think a little 3 3/4 inch G.I. Joe will. But I love it. I think it was great.
Yeah, it's you definitely got to steal with that. Now,
cool.
Let me pull this up. I saw some people do some because see, the car has that little dark little smoke on it, and some of them have more of a brown. Because there's actually 2 types of serial numbers, 2 numbers that are stamped on the box itself that reveal that. But there are some people that have done some more rust on here. They kind of cleared using some acetone or alcohol to get that little smoke off of it.
Yeah, cool.
So, there's different things people can do with it. I've seen a lot of different dioramas being made.
Yeah.
Compared to this is Jason Reitman, the director, standing next to the film used one. It's pretty on spot, pretty much.
Yeah.
The only thing is the roof rack is cleaner on the one that you have, but a little bit of a dry brushing of some brown ember on it, and you can rust it up nice and good, pretty easy.
Well, if you guys notice, I opened it up. Because it was already open, so I might as well have it opened up and display it because I love Ghostbusters. They were cool. Oh, yeah. The cartoons were my favorite. I always wanted to be Egon.
Well, in the cartoon, honestly, Egon was the man, especially after the series ended and then they did the Extreme Ghostbusters. He was the one teaching the new recruits. Yeah, he was still the brains of the operation.
Yes, he was. Cool.
And a lot of people may not know the voice of Egon is actually the voice of the Brain from Pinky and the Brain.
Pinky and the Brain, yeah.
Really?
Yes, sir.
There we are. So that's the only thing I'm missing is just the ladder. But I mean, I can always probably find one cheap on.
Oh yeah.
In Macquarie and stuff like that. But I got this a long time ago. I got this about 3 months ago and just left it in the box. I wanted to review it. It was during the time, or maybe even more than that, because it was during the time that they re-released it again in Target, and you guys were getting it like for $50, and then I was like, shoot, for 17. Well, I got it for I think about 15 or so, but
I pre-ordered it last September. I think it was last August or September, and then I got it.
Well, it's pretty cool. I like it. Yeah, see, this one looks like it has a little bit of rust in the front.
Yeah, okay.
You can see it.
That's the same one I got. It got more of a brown rust on the front. Yeah.
Yeah, and then a little bit of the black on the white.
Yours looks pretty clean, actually. Yeah, right in the front, it looks. I mean, on the hood, it looks pretty clean.
Yeah, on the top it's white, but right here, it's a little bit black. Black a little bit, but I mean, I don't know. You have to see it in person to see that it's, like rusted.
Get a good picture here. Yeah, because here's one where you got the smoke covering on it. But even on the box itself, this looks more metal, more clean than what you actually get, which is one of the big issues. John, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. It just kicked me out for some reason. I've been having trouble with the StreamYard since yesterday as well. I'm like, what the heck?
Well, what I was saying is, even on the box, you can see you got a clean front here, but you don't get that on the vehicle, which was kind of weird.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's like brown. Mine's more brown. Yeah.
But I figured they probably mass-produced the front part where you got your grill, right?
Yeah.
They probably mass-produced that and then did the color variants on the shell. So there's where your inconsistencies is. But a lot of people just repainted them. Actually, I have the Playmobil Ectos. And what I did was, before I even put those together, I disassembled the bottom that has the front grill and the bottom. And I actually hit it with chrome spray paint going over it.
Gotcha.
So it gives a more metallic look. So I just wanted to add a little something extra to it.
Cool.
That's awesome.
I'll be honest, it has this one has the seat, so luckily I have that. I figured that would have been lost.
Oh, the gunner seat?
Yeah, in the back.
Yeah, that's part of it. So I mean, they would really.
It has it.
Yeah.
It has everything, even the stuff in the back too, like the little.
The RTVs, the remote trap vehicle, yeah.
Yeah, because you know how these, like if you go to Ollie's and all those other places, they you don't end up finding them because they get taken out or you lose them, and this one has it, so that's pretty cool. So I'm glad that I have it. So the only thing I'm missing is the ladder for sure.
And honestly, we never really see them use the ladder in the first two movies.
No, not even.
So it's not that big of an issue, really. What I can't wait for is this bad boy.
Oh, that one's wow.
I got 2 of those on pre-order. Oh, 39? Did that go down? What in the what? I have to take a look at that. I think I think 39 is the correct price. I just got to double check something here. I forgot to mention, I did get a pickup. I don't have it directly yet, though. One of my buddies was kind enough that he was out at a Target and he scored the new Doc Brown, the Back to the Future 2 Doc Brown.
Oh,
so hopefully I'm going to be getting that in a couple days. I'll be doing a review of that
one for sure.
Yeah, it looks real awesome because it's got, of course, you get a couple different dock heads in there. You got the little binoculars that he uses to watch Marty McFly Jr., but it comes with the briefcase of all the money from from the different time. So I'm really psyched. And he did tell me, he said, "Don't worry, I checked a bunch of them because apparently they did have some paint issues, different paint applications on some of them. So anyone who's a Back to the Future fan, you definitely want to keep an eye out. Target is getting them. If we got them here in New York State, you guys are probably gonna have them everywhere else pretty quick."
I also want a Griff. I hear they're bringing them out.
A Griff, I haven't seen anything yet, but that should be. I mean, that's the logical next step because if you have 1955 Biff, you got to have Griff.
Yeah.
You know, if they do that, I really want them to do Back to the Future 3. I want Marty in the Clint Eastwood outfit. I want Doc in his Old West outfit, and we got to have Mad Dog Tanner.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping.
But you know what? They need to not forget about the gangs. You know, if
oh yeah,
you need to add all the gangs as well, like from 1, 2, and 3 for all Biff and Griff and Buford Tanner.
I'm not anticipating seeing that anytime soon because look at Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It's taken them how long to come up with the original 4 figures? Shredder from the first film, Splinter from the first film. They released a bunch of characters from the second film, but now they're going back releasing April and Unmasked Casey now.
Yeah.
So I mean, they're still working their way. So I mean, I could see them. It's amazing how fast they're doing the Back to the Future figures opposed to the Turtles. So we'll see what happens. I mean, definitely. I mean, they could expand upon the figures big time. Like, give us Principal Strickland. You know.
Yeah.
Has anybody found the Kurt Russell from
The Thing?
The Thing? Yeah, that it was supposed.
I haven't seen him.
I looked. I haven't seen him either.
Anything found him?
Who did?
This is a diorama I would love to get my hands on.
That's killer.
That's cool. So what are you thinking about that movie, Afterlife?
I'm excited.
Are you? Cool.
I'm excited for it because, I mean, it's a direct continuation. Well, 30 years later, but in the trailer alone, we have all these hints to the original movie. It's a small town. There's a mine there. It happens to be the Shandor mine. Shandor was the person who built Dana Barrett's penthouse and designed that gateway to bring Gozer. So, also in the trailer, we see that there's a teaser photo that shows a terror dog attacking Paul Rudd while he's in his car. So we know there's definitely a Gozer connection right there. And we know that the kids are definitely the grandchildren of Egon Spengler.
Yeah.
And, just the fact that they get the old Ecto revved up and on the streets again. They're playing around with all the modified equipment. I mean, it's definitely got a good feel to it. I mean, the actors, even Dan Aykroyd has said recently, in fact, this past week, Jason Reitman is the curator, I think he used? Curator for this legacy. So, I mean, everyone's got good vibes. They could just be saying that like they did with the 2016 movie. But, the fact that they're passing it on, it's not like, okay, we have to figure a way on how to pass this on. It feels like it's a natural progression. Yes, it's been 30 years since the last one, but this is going to make sense that it wouldn't be their children; it would be their kids that are picking it, or their grandkids that are picking it up. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't mind the female Ghostbusters at all. I mean, I enjoyed it.
I liked it, and I've said this before. If they didn't place it in New York, like in an alternate universe type of setting, if they would have set it up like, we have a group of women who are forming a ghostbusting team in San Diego, Boston. If they did it in a different setting, I think it would have been accepted a little bit better. But the fact that they throw the original firehouse in there at one point, it just felt like, a lot of fans, half the fans like it. The other half think that, girls can't be. I literally read this in a forum today. Girls can't be Ghostbusters, which I think is complete trash.
Dumb. That's dumb. Yeah.
Because in the cartoon, Real Ghostbusters, Janine suited up plenty of times and busted ghosts.
Yeah.
Enough said.
I thought Chris Hemsworth was funny in that movie too.
Oh yeah, he's hilarious.
He can pull it off. like for comedy. But I mean, I thought it was great seeing like a lot of the like seeing Slimer and some of those original ghosts. That was cool. You know, so I don't diss it. I mean, I bought the movie.
Yeah.
I was just happy to see more Ghostbusters. That's all.
Have you guys speaking? I saw that sideshow. Walmart has a set. They're $40 each. They got the Infinity Gauntlet. They got Iron Man's helmet, Black Panther's helmet, Thor's
A buddy of mine
hammer,
was
and
just
Captain
talking
America's
about that.
shield. They look pretty good, but I don't know as small as they are.
I
If I
haven't
want to
seen
drop
them.
$40 on them.
Yeah. Well, like I was just looking at the sideshow. They got the little the nano, which it's not life size, obviously, but I kind of like it. Kind of like the look of this a little bit. What do you guys think of that one?
That looks pretty good.
I
know it's small. There's a full scale one too that they have.
I'm just not. I'm not digging those. I mean, to each their own. I'm just not digging them. I just think it's waste of plastic to me. But whatever. I mean, if people like them,
Ooh, is that a Batman Beyond?
Well, yeah, it's a Batman Beyond from the Arkham Origins. Yeah. I think it is.
That looks pretty good.
Arkham Knight. Arkham Knight, yeah.
I think this would probably be something like we would see possibly in a movie potentially.
Yeah.
Looks more realistic, but I mean, got some other ones here too. Got me looking at Hot Toys.
It's an addiction.
Well, I saw. Well, I'm seriously contemplating this one.
I really like that Miles Morales.
Why don't you just do the monthly payments, Dave?
That's what I might do after New York next week.
Cool.
But that one I was looking at in Apprentice Ewok had the Obi-Wan.
The
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
That's a sideshow. It's not a hot tie.
Okay.
But it's still nice. I would get it.
It's very nice.
I like the.
I might have a sideshow Vader for sale cheap.
Hey! Don't be selling that one.
Okay. Do I need to hold that one for a buddy of mine?
I told you call me.
John Joker called dibs. He called dibs first.
No, it's cool. I mean, if anybody else will take it off your hands, I don't mind. I'm
no, brother, you're my boy. You got first dibs, man.
All right.
I'm finally opening my Casey Jones Raphael 2-pack.
Oh, okay. That's the one I'm going to be giving away for my 200.
Wow.
Oh, bro.
I love that one because I have that with my turtle collections. I loved all the accessories. I mean, the details that they did on Casey's weapons are just insane. You'll see what I mean in a minute.
There's that Spider-Man 2099 that you guys are gunning for.
Ooh, I like that Venom.
That's the one that I picked up.
No, the top, the one above.
This one looks nice, though.
That is.
It'd be interesting to see who's going to be the grand champion.
Yeah.
You might as well send me that damn toy right now and save us all the problems.
Now, see. The plan is this. Ultimately, I think Thousand Ghosts will get it. Since he then will have possession of a hot toy, he will then automatically be pulled into that rabbit hole.
You never know. He just barely won that 7-9, even though he didn't answer his question. But you just never know.
Ooh.
See, I think it's going to be an upset. Everybody's going to think the dumb hillbilly Tasman is going to lose, and then somehow, by the grace of God, I'm going to upset Thousand Ghost and get my hot toy.
Who knows? It could be the Irish Pollock from Buffalo. You never know.
Yeah, it could be.
But yeah, you don't know. I mean, look at Downfall. Downfall came out of nowhere.
You are right,
God,
Chaz,
this
man. This does look
does
sick.
come. This does come with a lot of accessories. He was not
yeah.
shit.
Nice. Anyways,
Ralph.
guys, I'm gonna get off already. I'm gonna put my little one to bed for a week for the weekend.
Not a problem.
Hey,
Okay,
call me tomorrow and we'll talk about that sideshow, Double J.
All right, thank you for letting me come in just real quick. And Dave, real quick, in case if you don't recognize the name, I'm the one that sent you that little donation on Cash App. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
All right, it's not much, brother, but I wanted to support you too.
Every little bit helps, man. I appreciate it.
Not a problem, brother. All right,
you take care.
You guys have a good night. And everybody in the chat, good night. Blue, Collectible, Aaron, Tina, whoever else, Richard. Well, let me look real quick.
Yep.
Yeah. So everybody's almost in there. Air Max, whoever's in there, good night. And I'll see you all soon.
Will do.
See
Thank
you, buddy.
Have a great weekend.
You too. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye. Since Taz is opening something, I think I need to open up something.
I think so too. This is like Christmas. We're spending Christmas.
Okay, so with the 8 people that we still have in the chat, okay, if you want me to open up the Ash versus the Evil Dead, I'm going to give choices first. You want to listen to the choices first. Number 1 is going to be Ash versus the Evil Dead. Number 2 would be Cyclops from House of X. Number 3 would be the AI Iron Man. Or number 4, Boba Fett. So if you want Boba Fett, press 4. 3 for Iron Man AI. 2 for Cyclops. Or 1 for Ash versus Evil Dead. So put in your choice in the comments. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Okay.
I'm saying number 1. I want to see you up in Ash. I love me some Ash.
Collectible Warrior says 2. Tina says 1. Blue Sasquatch says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I do have that many figures, but no.
Airmax says we've got him going on Hot Toys. Says he's about to buy a Bubba Fett Hot Toy. I said, do it. Do it.
Do it.
Hey, look on the bright side. All it can do is damage your credit if you decide not to make the payment. That's what Johnny T.
We got 9 people in the chat right now. Okay, let me just repeat it. We have 4 figures to choose from for me to open up something. We have, what did I say? Number 1 is Ash versus the Evil Dead.
I'm all about that.
Number 2 is Cyclops from the House of X. Number 3 is Iron Man AI. And number 4 is the Boba Fett. Right now we have a vote for
Ash.
2, a vote for 1, and a vote for 1 from Blue Sasquatch. We have a tie now too. Collectible Warrior is voting for number 2. So right now it looks like it's between Ash and Cyclops.
I'm gonna have to vote online then.
Blue Eyes says, gotta go. Have to be at work at 4 in the morning. This has been a great live. Good night, guys, and everyone in chat. And number 1, she says.
Oh, number 1 is winning.
Okay.
You just got another.
Take care, Blue Eyes. Get some rest. Get some sleep.
Sleep like a baby, Blue Eyes. Keep reptiles in line.
Okay. There we go. Looks like Tina Lynn says good night, Blue Eyes. Aaron says 1. So see, everyone wants some Ash.
That almost sounded bad.
What? Ash?
You said everyone wants some Ash.
It is a Saturday night, right?
I reckon.
Tina's like, seeing the other three, got to go with Ash.
That Ash is an awesome figure, by the way.
You got to hail to the king. Now, NECA did do a Back to the Future DeLorean. It wasn't the greatest, but don't you think they should do a Delta 88?
Oh God, that would be awesome.
I mean,
now did you watch Ash vs. Evil Dead? Did you watch?
Oh yes, I watched it twice. The series,
dude, I love that one scene in the diner where he says, "I'll pick up the check," and then when the waitress comes to him and he's like, "I can give you something that's at least twice as good as this $43."
Blue Sasquatch, can I have a piece of Ash the chainsaw?
And this Casey Jones is sweet.
Oh yeah, he is. He's just insane. I mean, you take a look at all the hockey stick, the bat, and it does say Jose Canseco if I remember correctly.
Really?
You got the cricket bat. You got everything in there.
I've got the cricket bat in his hand.
I think on the hockey stick, it might even say Tortuga.
It does.
Yep.
I always loved Casey Jones growing up as a kid too.
I loved how they gave him a Clint Eastwood voice in the cartoon.
Yeah.
Like a Dirty Harry kind of voice. So we're gonna.
I'm Casey Jones.
We're gonna cut right into Ash here. Now, did you hear about the new movie they're making? He is not starring in it, but he's producing.
Yeah, he said after they canceled Ash vs. Evil Dead, he was not going to play Ash again.
Yeah, that's
which I find very sad. Do you remember a movie called Night of the Demons?
Remember Night of the Creeps?
They had this demon that basically a bunch of kids went to this Halloween party in this old haunted house, and they get possessed by demons. And there's one called Angela, and NECA did a figure of her, and it's really hard to get it. It was a really awesome. It was so bad it was awesome, but NECA did a figure, and it's like crazy expensive.
There you go, Taz. They give you a picture of the Delta.
Oh yeah.
As a prop. Now I love everything that's in here. We get several different Ash heads, of course.
Yep.
Let me let's stop sharing. You get the
awesome.
shotgun,
I love the
of
shotgun.
Course, the hand, the wooden hand, the sleeve, and the robotic part of the robot hand.
Ash was the person who probably started my love for shotguns.
Well, I remember watching the original, and of course, Evil Dead 2. I actually never watched the remake that they did with the girl.
It was pretty good, actually.
I just never got around to watching that one. I'm probably going to try and do that sometime this week.
If you get a chance, watch it. I think you'll enjoy it.
Well, I mean, I grew up watching horror movies. I mean,
see, I did too. Like I actually, I ordered this week, and I thought it would be in today, but it wasn't. I ordered the Exorcist, the actual original novel by William Peter Blatty.
Okay.
Because I mean, in my opinion, that's still like the ultimate scary movie. Like I love that movie. And I've been trying to find the doll where she's in the bed and like the head spins around, but it's very expensive, and I'm just not going to drop that money on it.
Now I came across. I got to find out where it is. I think NECA they just announced some new figures. I'm pretty sure it's NECA. Are you a fan of House of a Thousand Corpses?
I am. It's one of the few Rob Zombie films I actually enjoyed.
Captain Spaulding.
Oh, I love Spaulding.
Yeah, I had to share it with my brother.
The guy who played him The guy who played him just died fairly recently.
Like a year or two ago, he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he was well known for so many horror movies. Tina loves some Sam Raimi. He's awesome. Aaron's like, yeah, hubby loves Evil Dead, so I have to get that for him to put with my figs. Well,
it's not too expensive right now, I don't think, is it? I think you can get it at retail.
Well, I know Target is kind of hit and miss. So here is what I'm seeing right now. They actually have Puppet Master figures.
Oh yes, that's awesome. You know, none of those movies were ever that good, but I always liked the characters.
Well, it was more like a guilty pleasure than anything else.
Yeah. Movies were not good.
And I'm trying to find a Captain Spaulding because it actually comes with a bucket of fried chicken.
Does he got the clown outfit on, or is he like in his all? Did you ever see like the sequels, Devil's Rejects, and then they just did a new one fairly recent? Do you remember the name of it? That's gonna drive me crazy.
Because I know they did The Hills Have Eyes. Hold on, I am getting the link.
I think one thing I hate about Rob Zombie's movies is he puts his wife in every one of his movies, and she cannot act her way out of a paper bag.
Yeah, here it is right now, Taz. This is actually made by Trick or Treat Studios.
I saw that. I don't know who they are. I don't know if they're new. They're doing. I think they were doing some Predator figures and stuff too, if I ain't mistaken.
It's a 5-inch, but I mean, look, you get the gun. It's not the greatest looking gun, mind you, but hold on, let me go back here. Well, like you get a drumstick, the bucket of chicken, the gun. So I mean, you know, for $20, I told my brother I'll get it for him for Christmas.
Well, yeah, because like that's one thing I will say. If you go back, the House of 1,000 Corpses figures are very expensive. Actually, all of Rob Zombie movies, like his Michael Myers, the Michael Myers from his movie is like over $100.
Hey, Toy Slammer. Got more people jumping in.
I don't know why exactly, because they were pretty horrible movies. But which I actually liked his Halloween.
Air Max says they make costumes on Halloween. Trick or Treat Studios.
Oh, okay.
Toy Slammer, aka Abducted Figures, said he received my package a couple days ago. Thank me for the batarang from the 150 subscribers giveaway. I hope you enjoy it, man. I love mine. And like I said in a previous video, he actually got a copper Sharpie, and I just colored in the Batman lettering on the stands, so it pops a little better. So that may be something you might want to do. Blue Sasquatch saying congrats. Abducted Figures saying hey, Tasman Taylor.
Abducted, how you doing?
And I can't talk straight. Abducted is actually Toy Slammer.
Oh. Did they change or what?
Multiple personalities.
You know, I've been told I have that disorder.
There's the robot hand right there.
Yeah.
See if I can get it to focus a little better.
That's the one he made with the
that his Pedro made.
Yeah, Pedro made.
Detail on here is pretty sick. I actually want to do.
It looks just like Bruce Campbell.
I want to do a cosplay with this, but I want to do, and you might laugh at this. I don't want to do an Evil Dead cosplay. I want to do a mashup, and I'll explain what I mean by that. Excuse me. Now, you've seen my I have more than just my regular proton packs. I have the blue one right there, which is done like real Ghostbusters, and then I have a Back to the Future pack.
Right.
I want to do an Evil Dead proton pack.
That would be awesome.
Where I would paint the pack, and I would purposely create cracks in it so it looks worn and weathered, like it's leaking radiation. It's the most unsafe thing you can imagine. But then the chainsaw hand would actually have the neutrino one, the actual blaster from the proton pack on it.
That would be awesome.
And I'd have the trigger inside so I could just fire it inside the chainsaw. So I joked around with a buddy of mine. He's like, no, you definitely need to do that. So maybe by next summer I'll have that for a con. We don't get too many Comic Cons around my way, but usually they happen around summer. Jesus, just the head right there.
Yeah, that.
I mean, they got the
sideburns. I mean, it looks just like Bruce
gray.
Campbell stepped right out of the movie.
That
was a really good figure.
I really want to get a better camera, but you know, it is what it is. It just got blocked my face out completely. These Logitech cameras, they don't always like to focus.
Oh, that's nice. Is that the scar?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, NECA does do some amazing sculpts.
The only problem I have with NECA figures is quality control. I mean, sometimes you're going to find some things in there that break easy. I mean, it just part of being NECA, I guess.
There we go. This is just the default head.
Yeah, that's the one I have on mine.
And the chainsaw looks, I mean, this just looks insane. The only thing
that's a great figure.
The only thing I would have suggested, and speaking of the quality control, some of the chain is not perfect. Got one little section up here that's missing teeth, but I would have thrown a little splash of red paint, like blood.
Yeah.
Like more of a dark burgundy, just like worn, dried blood on it. But aside from that, that's really the only thing I would
that's a sweet figure, man. That is a really good figure. I love mine.
Now let's take a look at the Remington.
That's awesome. I actually like it better than I do the Evil Dead 2 version.
Oh, I have that one too. I like you got like the strap just hanging out from the back. I love that little detail. They do some good details. I will say that.
NECA does a lot of things right.
Okay, we'll say this. It was takes a little effort to kind of push the gun down through the holes.
The gun down, yeah.
Okay. There we go. Let's see.
Yeah, see, that's one thing that scares me to death about NECA is I hate to change hands or anything on them because I'm always afraid it's going to end up breaking.
Do you see that one part that's missing the teeth?
Yeah, there is a Let me grab mine and see if mine's that way. Hold on just 1 second, okay? I'll be right back.
I'm almost wondering if that's just wear and tear and it's just meant to look more accurate that way.
Mine does not have that, so that must have just been with yours, dude. That must have been a defect because
there's a better look at the hand.
You can see my chainsaw.
Yeah, I can see it. There's a close-up of the hand. What do you think?
That's bad. I mean, that's awesome. That is really awesome.
Now they do give you an extra part, so you can actually do the scene like where his hand is missing. Like he's changing taking that off, and you can just have this as a stub.
Yeah.
But very cool.
If you get a chance, Dave, you ought to join us tomorrow for the Sunday Hoedown. Oh, wait, you said you might miss. I'm sorry, I forgot about it. You said, I'm thinking about opening her up tomorrow. My Mayfix Selena Kyle.
Nice.
I got her for $20, and for a Mayfix, that's pretty.
$20.
I have a yeah. And I have a small obsession with Anne Hathaway.
I laugh because I have a friend who, for years and years, people have told her she looks like Anne Hathaway, so we always make jokes about that.
Oh, wow.
She looks like Anne Hathaway's second cousin from like 100 feet away. But yeah, he's just, just give us a Delta. Come on.
Yeah.
Or, I haven't seen them. I've only seen them do this. They haven't given us like any Deadites. Because I mean,
they did do some Deadites from that series.
Well, from Ash vs. Evil Dead, or just the Evil Dead
Ash
movies?
vs. Evil Dead. They did.
Okay.
They're expensive as hell. They did the. Okay. Who was that first demon they fought? I think they fought him in the first episode. Who like bounced around or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And then the fat one, the real.
I mean, they have so many that they could choose from that they could do a whole line of Deadites, or give us an Army of Darkness, Ash.
Oh yeah.
But
now like I said, the Deadites are crazy expensive, and like I never saw them out in the wild. I've only seen them on secondary markets or whatever.
How do you like that Raphael?
I like it a lot.
The hat's kind of hard to. The hat doesn't perfectly stay on all the time.
Well, I guess there's a hole in the back of the hat that you got to stick his bandana through or something. But I couldn't figure that out, so I like. I mean, he's cool looking figure. He was awesome in those movies. Those movies really changed. I don't think Rolf was many people's favorites before that movie came out.
I mean,
I think
because of the cartoon. I mean, unless you were a diehard comic book fan, I think it was more. I'm looking at the hand here. You can see there's a trigger finger, but it's. I'm trying to figure what's going to be the best way for him to kind of hold it.
From what I remember, it was a bitch to get that shotgun in his hand.
Well, his fingers actually are pretty.
Is it
malleable? Malleable. There we go. I got it in there. It looks pretty good. But I mean, Raphael. I mean, he definitely was the favorite in the movies. I mean, it was hard to be a favorite with Donatello because he was. Let me just catch up on some chat here. Finally made it home. Targets are dry tonight. Collectible Warrior, how's it going? Nothing good.
Collectible Warrior had a question about your shelves down at the bottom.
Further up or more down?
It's the newest one.
Hey, does your shelves actually have lights built into it? No, those are actually puck lights. If you guys let me get my little remote, if I can find where I put it. I got these LED kind of puck lights.
That's awesome.
And they're basically just that. If you guys can see, they're just puck lights. They have like little adhesive strips, and I just kind of wired them to go along the shelves and underneath, so it kind of lights everything up. Usually when I'm doing my videos, I'll kind of dim it down so it's not too bright hitting the camera. Because at full brightness, it can get a little... Sometimes it can get a little bright. The camera picks up a little too much, where you can't see all my items clearly enough, so I just kind of dim it down. But they plug into an electrical outlet, and they can actually connect to each other. So each light kind of connects, kind of like Christmas tree lights, where you plug one into another, then you can plug another one, and then another one. That's kind of how those work. And that's what I use for these, because I was going with rechargeable battery pucks. They run out of battery, like the real cheap ones. They run out like no business. So I just got those, and I have them on the ceiling, and they work out pretty well.
That's awesome.
Has Henrietta goes for over 100 now?
She was at Deadite.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's like I tell people, I live in an apartment, so it's not like I can drill into walls and put whatever I want everywhere.
Right.
So, I mean, it's pretty simple. And like when I'm not filming, I mean, I can have the lights up full blast and brightens up everything. But sometimes when I first turn on my camera,
your setup's unbelievable.
You know, and I just have like a little junk table right below me here, which has all my garbage and junk and miscellaneous stuff right now. But I do what I can with what I have. I mean, you can see so let me get that out of the way. Here, I'll show you the all the Star Wars stuff I have there. I still have stuff in the boxes there. But then I got more off to the side. I got the Bad Batch figures.
You got quite a bit of Power Ranger stuff too, don't you?
Yeah. I started doing that like maybe a year or two ago. I've always been a Green Ranger fan. So you can see the top shelf there.
Tommy.
Yeah.
See, I liked him when he became the White Ranger. I mean, I liked him as a Green Ranger, but I thought the White Ranger outfit was really cool looking.
Well, I have a White Ranger Lightning collection figure up there. I have his power coin, and I do have Saba, his sword.
Oh,
so wow. I got that. I got the Dragon Dagger. I don't have. I have the Legacy ones, not the Hasbro ones, but the ones Bandai had did originally. So I have those.
Well, now the guy who played him.
Jason David Frank.
Legit, he was a legit martial artist.
He was not an actor in any shape or form, and originally they were just going to have him on for a few episodes, but everybody loved him, so there was no going back. And he's still, in fact, he's filming a movie right now, along with him and a bunch of other Power Ranger alumni. But it's more not for kids, but for more of an adult movie. Not that kind of movie, but it's more of adult storyline.
Well,
no, it's not Tommy Does Dallas. Collector says, damn, these are badass lights. Yeah, I got them on Amazon, in fact. If you want Collectible Warrior, if you're on Instagram, you can always message me, and I will pull up the link, and I can message them to you. So if you want to try them out, I mean, I wasn't going for $100 light setup. Those were like under $40, maybe $45 for them. I got a couple of those, but like I said, they just plug into each other, kind of like Christmas lights. I did have to get creative with some black duct tape to kind of hide them and hold up some of the wiring, but unless somebody's right up against it, you're not really going to see it that much. But yeah, it's let me see. Pull it up here. Losing my mind.
Yeah, but I definitely like your setup. I got lucky. My house came with this room, and it's got the 4 bookshelves, already built into the wall. So that helped me out quite a bit. But if I had to set up shelves and stuff like that, it'd be bad. I'd have them unlayable. Figures would be falling over. It'd be ugly. He said he's going to hit you up on Instagram.
Yeah, here, I'm going to pull it up. Legend of the White Dragon. Basically, it's like it's going to be a movie. It's going to be a movie that they're filming right now. The synopsis just says, in the aftermath, the city is decimated, a past reminder of a great battle full of heroes. The heroes were blamed. So basically, kind of like a version of Power Rangers, but they lost the battle.
Oh, wow.
And have you ever heard of Bad in the Sun?
Yeah.
Their YouTube channel, they do the Superpowered Beatdowns.
Yeah, Superpowered Beatdown.
They're the ones behind this. They teamed up with Jason David Frank.
Oh, wow.
So I mean, they got a whole bunch of people. Aaron Shoki, who is basically the guy that did the Spider-Man capture for motion capture for a bunch of the video games, but he's the one that does, like, he's played the Joker in a lot of their videos.
Yeah, he was a joke.
Jason David Frank, and of course the reason why his name is Eric is, I don't know if you how familiar you are with Power Rangers, but in the show, Tommy had found a long lost brother that was actually played by his real life brother, Eric Frank.
Oh, no, I did not know
and
that.
He died a few years afterwards.
Oh, wow.
So that's kind of like a little homage to him. Sierra Hanna, she was actually on Power Rangers. She was on like a season or two, a couple seasons ago. So she's relatively a newer Power Ranger. Kevin Porter, who's appeared as Batman, Wolverine, and a bunch of the Bad in the Sun. Jason Font, who is the Time Force Red Ranger, and they even got Jason David Frank's daughter in here, Jenna Frank.
Oh, wow.
So I mean, they got a ton of people in here. It looks like it's going to be insane. I would pull up the teaser, but we don't want YouTube to hit me up on copyright.
Nah, I totally understand.
But
I mean,
no,
Bad in the Sun. I mean, do you watch a lot of those Superpower Beatdowns?
Oh, yes.
I mean, those are.
I've been watching them
really
for years.
Cool, man.
I loved it.
They all of them are good, pretty much.
I mean,
they actually had Liz Katz. I don't know if she played Catwoman.
Yeah, Liz Katz. I know who you're talking about. She played her once. In fact, there was an episode where Deadpool had kidnapped her, I think, and Batman Kevin Porter comes to save the day. But over here, anyone who's watching, if you've not heard of Bat in the Sun,
check it out. You will enjoy it.
Literally, you just type in Bat in the Sun and subscribe, hit their bell for notifications. They've done some fan films. Batman Dying is Easy to it's a nice short fan film. They've done Thomas Wayne versus Killmonger, Batman versus Darth Vader. Anyone who's never seen this, you should watch it.
And they actually do, a lot of the videos they do alternate endings.
They do alternate endings. So if you don't like that, this person won and that person didn't, wait about the next month and they'll release the alternate endings. They did Scorpion versus White Ranger, which I loved, and then when they did Ryu versus Green Ranger, it was just insane.
They did a Wolverine versus Predator once too.
Here's Harley and Joker versus Deadpool and Domino. That was pretty funny.
That was a good one. There's the Batman versus Deadpool's the one with Liz Katz in it.
Yeah. They've gotten also professional wrestlers in here.
Yeah. John Morrison, I think, was the Winter Soldier, wasn't it? Yep.
I mean, they do a ton of stuff. I mean, they're comic book fans, and I mean, just some of the people that they get in here. I mean, the same guy who plays Batman played Wolverine. I mean, they just have some amazing, sick talent that they get in here. I remember they even did what was it? Was it Casey Jones? No, maybe it was Winter Soldier versus. They had somebody do versus Kick-Ass.
They did have somebody do Kick-Ass, and I thought it was Nightwing, maybe.
It might have been Nightwing. They also did Batman Beyond versus
they've
Spider-Man
done some new ones since I've been on. I haven't been on in a while. They've done.
Well, I know they've also expanded to doing stuff with Patreon, and they're trying to expand their brand as much as they can. I mean, they've done they have some pretty funny skits in here too. The waiting room, which is where it's just the heroes kind of just sitting there, and it's just, I mean, they have some amazing talent in there. And Aaron, I know I'm saying his name wrong. Aaron Schnokey, who is the lead guy, he does an amazing Joker voice.
Yeah, he does.
Just insane. So,
and also, if you have you seen the Batman Predator fan film? The one that actually had Big Red. They made an action figure Predator of him. I can't think of the name of it. My house was built in the 50s, collectible war.
Toy Slammer just said, I just subscribed. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, you can spend hours watching a lot of videos.
Yeah, it really, you can kill a lot of time watching it. Yeah.
But yeah, this film is basically like he's a former hero that, you know, there was this battle and there was lives lost and kind of walked away because he was blamed. And apparently there's, you know, the remaining heroes, they're still battling, they're wearing their armor, but they need him to come back, and they give him basically some new power or his old power. I really don't know all the details to kind of bring him back. So he's the hero that was blamed for everything, kind of, you know, stepped away because everyone wanted him to go away. So, but it really looks really good. And if anyone has the time, go ahead and look up Bad in the Sun, or you can type in Legend of the White Dragon, and you should be able to pull up their teaser. Let me just throw that in YouTube real quick. If we can pull it up by that. Yeah, so here you can, there's a Kickstarter teaser that they did, and then there's the actual teaser trailer.
Well, that Jason David Frank is actually, I forget who, he challenged somebody to fight some other celebrity.
He was an MMA fighter, and he did mixed martial arts. He's actually a master Muay Thai and several other martial arts. He's, as far as I understand, he's still based out of Texas. His Rising Sun Karate Studios. And I mean, he's big with the fans. And when I say big with the fans, with everything that's going on with, you know what, this past year, he was going, fully masked, of course. He was going out to different comic book shops and doing signings to help bring business into those comic book shops. Because if they're going to show up to get autographs from him, well, they're going to spend money and buy stuff while they're still there. So I think he was calling it like his comic store relief tour or whatever it was. He was going to different cities, going to local comic book shops to help drive local businesses. So I mean,
they say he's a good dude,
and he's someone that will sit down with people, and you know, he'll talk with them, he'll pose with them. I have a picture of him up there. You can see right there. I got that through his Instagram. I liked one of his posts about the about the White Dragon, and I get a private message through Instagram from someone claiming to be his PR person, and they're like, oh, we saw that you liked his post and you commented. We appreciate that, and we would like to send you an autographed picture. I'm like, excuse me.
That's awesome.
Like, I didn't know if it was real or not. They're like, oh, we can confirm it. And they sent me a confirmation, and I gave him my address. They sent me it. It's a picture of him in a Photoshop version of his young self in the Green Ranger outfit, and it's got his autograph. So I'm like, okay, that's pretty damn cool.
Speaking of MMA, I'm a huge UFC fan, and I went to a UFC fight in Boston, and I went to their fan expo, and here's a picture of me with Vanderlei Silva. He was a big-time fighter over in Japan in the Pride organization. Then he fought for the UFC. He was a little bit over the hill when he kind of finally made it over to UFC. But super cool guy, one of my favorite all-time fighters, just vicious. If you ever want to see some cool knockouts, YouTube Vanderlei Silva. It's spelled with a W. It's spelled Wanderlei. And if you want to see some really good knockouts, man, that'll blow your mind.
Now, let me
up on YouTube.
How do you feel about CM Punk as a MMA fighter?
I feel like I could whoop him. I was 4-1 in the cage as an amateur, and from what I've seen about Punk, I mean, the guy just don't have a lot of talent. I mean, I applaud him for trying. Maybe if he'd have tried, 20 years ago, but I mean, by the time he got into it, he was too old. It's a young man's sport, and I mean, guys are evolving. From what I understand, CM Punk's pretty good jiu-jitsu guy, but I mean, used to, if you were a good jiu-jitsu guy or a good wrestler or a good striker, you could go in and do well. But now these guys are, good jiu-jitsu guys, strikers, and wrestlers all combined. So I mean, Punk just didn't really have it. Honestly, from what I saw of his jiu-jitsu game, I wasn't overly impressed. I think whoever's teaching him, he's probably giving him some belts because CM Punk's giving him some money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just the way he moves, like, I don't know how much you know about jiu-jitsu or whatever, but a lot of it is based on hip movement and things like that, and he doesn't swivel his hips well. He doesn't move very good on the ground. I loved him as a wrestler. I think he's probably kind of a prick in real life, but
I definitely get that vibe from, because I remember when he left WWE, jumped over to UFC or into MMA, and it just seems like a lot of his, like, you don't hear that much about him anymore. Because I know that he was also trying to work with comic book companies too.
Yeah.
I think I don't know if he was writing or drawing, but
he wrote a few comic books, I think, and he was in a horror movie. It's on YouTube, and he was actually pretty good in it. It was a little weird. I can't remember the name of it now. I'm sure you can Google it.
I mean, he's definitely, as a wrestler, I think he's more of a hype man.
Yeah.
And he's got the wrestling talent. I think he should have jumped over into movies, kind of like we were talking about Batista earlier. I mean, Batista's had a pretty decent career. I mean, he's not doing the Hulk Hogan movies of the 80s, thank God. We don't want to see him, we don't want to see him as Mr. Nanny, no thanks. But
that's for sure.
I mean, Batista's done, some of the comedy movies, some of the kids' movies. But I mean, I think in a lot of that, he's been pretty successful.
Oh, I guarantee he's probably made more money probably from the Guardians of the Galaxy franchise than he did his whole wrestling career. And I was a Batista fan, and like I said, I mean, I think he does a really good job playing Drax.
He's protecting his body too.
Yeah. And Batista's old. He's up in his 50s now. I mean, he's not a young guy. But and that goes back to the talent of Dwayne Johnson. And I don't know, how big a wrestling fan you are or whatever. I've been for a really long time. And
I followed wrestling from when I was a kid. So back in the Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant days, all the way up to about maybe 5 or 6 years ago.
Okay, so you've been watching a while.
Yeah.
Well, then you probably remember when they, when The Rock first came out, he was, Rocky Maivia, and they kind of portrayed him almost as, I think they were going for the
Nation of Domination. Yeah.
And then he turned heel and joined the Nation and became The Rock. And as soon as they handed him the microphone as The Rock, there was just something different about him. You just knew that he had a charisma that, and I mean, he really opened the door as far as going into movies for, John Cena. I don't think John Cena's that good of an actor, but I mean, he's been in some pretty major, he's in this new Fast and Furious. I guess he apologized to China about something everybody was mad about. And can't piss China off. You got to make that money off of them, especially if you're an NBA player or an actor.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is, for some reason, my lighting's all off right now. Let me see if I can get that fixed. There we go. My lighting's getting all weird. I think it's just my camera being all goofy. But
yeah.
I mean, I think it's more him growing up in the business because his father, his grandfather, and growing up with the likes of Andre the Giant and Hulk Hogan and interacting with them on a regular basis, it's like, well, if you hang out with all these people, especially in your formative years, you pick up, it's just like your aunts and uncles, your cousins, your best friends, your favorite teacher. You pick up certain things from them, and without realizing it, you're picking up certain mannerisms. And I think, he saw what worked for some people than others. What's the worst thing that's going to happen if you don't do something? I mean, take a chance. And, as soon as he tried the most electrifying, and it was history.
Yeah.
And, they came up to him and, they said, hey, we want you to make an appearance in this one Mummy movie as a Scorpion King, or that's going to lead into another movie.
Yeah.
Bad CGI, but we saw The Rock on the screen, and he looked like he belonged there. He also had a bit part.
Nothing was too big for him.
Yeah. Well, nothing was too small either. He had a Alien of the Week role for Star Trek Voyager, where he actually wrestled 7 of 9, Jerry Ryan. So I mean, he did, like, because that was UPN, and UPN was airing SmackDown back then. So it was like, hey, we got this role. Hey, we need somebody who's a fighter. How about The Rock? Would he be open to it? He did it. And, I mean, The Rock has done some amazing movies. I mean, Walking Tall
was a good movie.
I mean, the original was a fantastic, amazing film. And you're like, wait a minute, he's going to do this? And he killed it. He knocked it right out of the damn park.
Yeah, he did.
And
he did.
I mean, it's, you get people like you said, he opened the door for John Cena. John Cena did The Marine, which I thought I actually liked it. You know, it was kind of a Die Hard, if you will, but on a road.
Yeah.
Because he had one mission to try and protect his lady, his woman, from these bad people. And he was going to do whatever he had to, pretty much, John McClane, Bruce Willis, it was kind of that formula, and it worked for him. 12 rounds.
Yep.
Again, that same kind of formula. You got to keep that action going for him. That works for him.
Yeah.
But when you get things that kind of like slow down, I think he did some kind of a movie where he was a firefighter, but it was like a bunch of kids. It looked terrible. I didn't watch it, but I mean, like, even in Bumblebee, he wasn't the big person in that movie, but it was a good role for him.
Right.
He comes off as an ass, but then by the end of the movie, he had respect for Bumblebee. If they keep going with that franchise, I would hope that they bring him back a little bit in it.
Right. I would too. I would like to see it. I don't think he does comedy that well. He was in that one movie with that Amy, what's her name?
Amy Schumer. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
that was I did like. I'm trying to think of the one movie he did. A movie where he was him and his two brothers had they inherited. They were trying to they're being bounty hunters. I guess there was a bounty hunter business that was left to them because their father died. They were like estranged brothers. It was actually a pretty good movie. But I mean, as far as this Fast and the Furious film, I'm not psyched about it. I love the Fast and Furious franchise, but suddenly, we hear about this unspoken brother who happens to be John Cena, who does not look a lick of any kind of Hispanic heritage or Latino heritage of any kind. I mean, you gave him dark hair. That's all you did.
Yeah. Well, I think they kind of, with the Fast and Furious, they started out street racers, and now they're all of a sudden like international strike team. That I don't know. It jumped the shark for me.
It's what it feels like. It feels like they made them the Mission Impossible A team.
Yeah.
Because
And then the Hobbs and Shaw movie was horrible. Did you watch that with The Rock?
I liked it. It could have been worse. I'll say it could have been worse. It could have been much worse. But,
yeah.
you know, I mean, the whole Jason Statham and The Rock, you know, they have that kind of like, they kind of hate each other. They could have done, you know, those guys could be like, they could be the next Lethal Weapon if we wanted.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
They could be,
some of the things in that movie.
They could remake Tango and Cash, and I think those guys would be perfect.
That would be awesome. I like the two. I like the two guys. I just wish they could have put a better story together around them.
Yeah, like it just so happens that it's it's Shaw's sister.
Yeah.
That is the commando, and she's got these little nanites or whatever they are. Everything's downloaded into her. It just Elba. I mean, he was great, but I think it was a waste of his talent.
Oh yeah. And I mean, how convenient was it? Oh, the bad guys have these weapons that are hooked up to computers that we can shut off for 2 minutes and use some ancient Samoan weapons to defeat. It just I don't know. All that
how about those motorcycles?
Kooky.
Those little kind of Robotech style motorcycles that can twist and turn and transform. And I'm like, really?
Yeah, it just. I mean, it was watchable. I'll give it that, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a hell of a lot worse. It could have been a hell of a lot worse.
It could.
But I mean, like with this Fast and Furious, we find that Han is alive.
Yeah.
And okay, if he wasn't killed by Shaw, why didn't Shaw tell us? Oh, by the way, your buddy Han's not dead.
Yeah.
There's that, and the whole we know it's been a joke that they're going into space, and then in the trailer we actually see that Tyrese and what's his name? Oh god, blanking on his damn name. But his character is Taj or whatever.
Oh yeah.
You know who I'm talking about? Ludacris.
Yeah.
Tyrese and Ludacris are in some kind of makeshift craft, and it's like rocketing through the upper stratosphere. I'm like, oh Jesus Christ, they're really going into space with this. What the fuck?
Yeah,
so I mean, it's it's past 11. I can swear.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like sure. It's just like okay. And if anything, also we see that his sister, Vin Diesel's sister, is back in this. How are you going to explain why Paul Walker's character isn't back? But obviously we know Paul Walker died a number of years ago.
Right.
But I mean, so instead of
he's at home watching the kids.
He's watching the kids. So it's like, let me ask you, if that was you, would you let your wife go in your place?
No.
Exactly. It's there's not.
And let me ask you another question.
Yeah.
Can you think of another decent Vin Diesel movie besides the Fast and the Furious movies?
I liked Pitch Black. I actually liked. I liked Chronicles of Riddick. It could have been better. And then when they did the third movie, Riddick, I thought it was okay. It's one of those movies you would watch late at night, but you're not going to spend $10-$12 to go see in a theater. Let me just put it that way.
What was that last one he did? Bloodshot. That was horrible.
Bloodshot was bad. As someone who's a fan of comics, Bad in the Sun again did a. I forgot what the name of it was, but there was like this interchangeable comic book universe that actually featured Bloodshot, and Jason David Frank played Bloodshot. So when I think
he probably
Bloodshot,
did better than what Diesel did.
I mean, there's little things like that. Witch Hunter I thought was pretty good. I thought that could have been the beginning of maybe a TV series.
Which one now?
Witch Hunter, where he's an immortal.
Oh, Witch Hunter. Yeah. That wasn't bad.
And the way that ended, they could have continued it on, but nothing ever happened. So that kind of was.
I don't know. I remember when he first came out, and everybody was like, "Oh, Vin Diesel is going to be your next big action star."
Yeah, I mean, he's been in a lot of different movies. He was in Rounders,
which was a Matt Damon movie. Lived up to the potential. I don't think he's ever been.
Triple X.
I can't.
Triple X, I liked because I thought that character went perfect for him, but then of course he didn't return for the second one, and that kind of killed the momentum. And then they bring him back for the third one. How many years later? And he looks a lot puffier. Let's be honest. He put on some weight, and he's still riding a skateboard.
Barry Bonds vitamins or something.
But I mean, I liked him in Riddick. That character of Riddick, I mean, Pitch Black, he was perfect in it, And I remember
Black was a pretty good movie.
I remember the tagline from the movie because I was working for General Cinema at the time, and I actually got the poster when I would work there. So it had sometimes it was like you got to fight evil with evil. That was the perfect tagline. Yeah. Get a killer to when the innocent people need help. Now you got to put your hands in the killer now.
Yeah.
And it was a bit of redemption. It's just like with TV shows. I mean, Dexter, I love that show. I hated how it ended, but now they're bringing it back for one season.
Yeah, I know. I wonder. I don't know what to think about that, man. I'll just be honest with you. I think I'm excited about it. I think, but
the thing that freaks me out is one. At the end of the series, we see that he's alive and he's living in the woods somewhere. Well, I just found out that this is taking place in upstate New York. What state do I live in? New York. Okay, I'm great. Yeah. So I got to be careful what towns I drive through now because I might wind up on his list. I don't need a stranger to come after me. Blue Sasquatch, I thought you were going to bed.
I think Rebels was going to bed.
I meant to say Rebels, but Rebels still awake here. That's the most recent message.
It's hard to get a man like Rebels to go down for the night, man. He just wants to keep on rocking.
You just gotta say thunder. He's awake now.
You gotta bring the thunder. But
now you saw Army of Dead, right?
Yeah, I saw most of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you say at least halfway through?
Oh, okay, this is the deal. I saw it, and I had work that day, so I saw the beginning, most of the middle, fell asleep for like 20 minutes, and then I saw the end. So,
spoiler alert for anyone in this chat who's not seen it. I'm going to discuss something that features in it. So I'm giving you guys a warning. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I liked now I don't know if this is exactly where Snyder was going with all this, but I was picking up on certain things. It had kind of 28 Days Later kind of vibe to some of the zombies. Like
it did.
Right in the beginning, that one breaks out of the payload, as they were calling it, and he's like dodging and doing he's actually fighting, doing defensive moves. I'm like, oh shit, what's going on here?
Yeah.
This is a little bit 28 Days Later. And when he bit the soldiers, they turned immediately.
Right.
There was no waiting a couple minutes. They're waking up with the eyes fully ready to go.
Right. They were zombie.
So I'm like, okay. And I liked how when you first get into Vegas, the bank robbing team, whatever you want to call them, they were ready to, they're like the one girl's telling them, oh, there's different types. Oh, we have to give them an offering. There's actual thought, and there's I don't want to say a legacy, or there's certain customs that you had to abide by. If we give you a person, you're going to let us through.
Right.
More tribal like.
I actually like that aspect of it because I think The Walking Dead was good for the zombie genre. But in a way, I think it kind of ruined it too. It almost became, I don't know. I think Walking Dead made people become too comfortable with zombies, and it got so that zombies weren't even the main threat anymore. It was
no, humans are around them. Yeah. honestly, I'm still watching The Walking Dead. I'm one of those people who's still hanging in there. I'm watching also Fear the Walking Dead as well. Because I, you know, one, I'm invested in it as far as a fan. Like when it first started, I actually have the comic book anthologies, the first 2 anthologies of The Walking Dead. You know, I like to see when, okay, you have a book, you have a story here, right? You got your story, but instead of going this way, oh, it's going this way now. They've made a lot of changes, just like people who watch True Blood on HBO or Game of Thrones. It didn't go exactly as those books perfectly went. They had some creative differences. That's always a good thing. I mean, honestly, Walking Dead, I mean, it's gotten slow at times. And you're like, well, why isn't this happening opposed to this happening? And I mean, really, it's like you just said, like, humans are the worst enemy. Yeah. You know, you have to worry about what these people are going to do. At least with the dead, with the walkers, you know, they want one thing. They want to eat you. But if you can strike them in the head before they bite you, you're good to go. They're gone.
You're good to go.
You don't have to deal with that. You know? So, I mean,
I thought they dragged the Negan storyline out a little far. I thought they should have cut it short a little. I think they lost a lot of people there. Everybody was excited about the whole
They should have defeated him sooner, I think. That probably would have been a good narrative right there. I love Jeffrey Dean Morgan. I mean, I can't imagine anyone else playing him. And you know, now I mean, he definitely played integral parts in it. I love the people that they've had on there. I just would have liked to have seen certain things happening, but we'll see in the final season what's going to happen. I don't know if you're still watching it.
I have not been.
Yeah,
I have not.
I mean, it's they finally told the story of how Negan became Negan.
That's cool.
And they got his real life wife, Hillary Burton, to play his dying wife, Lucille, in the episode.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I mean, just that episode alone was like, okay, this is what we've been waiting for all the time. We wanted to see how he became who he was. And like, you see where he got the jacket from and the personality, what he actually had to go through and how he became that persona of Negan and why, you know, the motivation behind that, the circumstances behind that. It makes you look at him like, geez, he's really not that bad of a guy. Like, he was you know, he wasn't the most perfect person. He had flaws, but he was actually good-hearted.
There was a reason behind it. There was some depth to the character.
He actually, you know, there was meaning to it, and for what he had to go through, you know, he was actually a pretty good guy to begin with. But you know, he had his flaws. You know, he had his faults. You know, he was a human being. But I mean, it was a great episode. But you know, again, you watch a show for 10 years, unless you can keep things fresh. You know, and it's just like with current shows now, like The Flash on the CW. They keep repeating the same mistakes over and over again. If you're not advancing, if your characters aren't consistently growing, if they're just in a repeat cycle every damn episode, that they're not improving, they're not learning from their past mistakes, they're still making the same mistakes they were making, you know, season 7 that they were doing in season 2 and 3. Where's your development? You got nothing going on.
Well, that was like Sons of Anarchy. I mean, I like that show, for the record. I mean, but like, every problem they had was basically a problem they created themselves. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It was a mistake they made. It was not, you know, covering their tracks or whatever. Like Sons of Anarchy, it became kind of almost repetitive every week. You know, what are they going to screw up? You know, try to have to turn around and fix. Yeah. I liked it, but I mean but yeah, Walking Dead, I guess when I stopped really watching it was when they killed. I wasn't happy when they killed Carl, because I don't know.
Carl!
Yeah, have you read the comic books? I mean, you know how it ends.
No, I haven't read all the comic books, so.
Okay, well, I'm not going to spoil it for you.
No, you're fine, because I mean, I pretty much know that they're going. The TV show is going to be going in completely different directions, potentially.
Okay. Well,
because I mean,
the comic books, Rick dies.
Okay.
Carl actually has to put Rick down, and so it basically does a time jump, like 20 some years later, and Carl is basically like the world's back pretty much to being normal. Like there aren't even many zombies left, and like they're actually like using zombies as almost like circus animals, and Carl's going around like killing the zombies, and like you don't need to do this stuff. You know, they could come back anytime. Yeah. And so he's basically sitting there, basically telling his son the story about how his dad saved the world, more or less, and that's how it ends. So I didn't think Carl should have died. Then when Rick died, or he didn't die, but I mean they took him off the show. It's just like he was kind of the glue that held everything. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
he was the person we focused on from episode 1.
Yeah. You know, and so I struggle with that. I mean, it became a different show. You know, it was, it really did. So, you know, I mean, Michonne lived.
They're spinning it off so much right now. I mean, there's the World Beyond, which is, it seems like it takes place a couple years further down the line, where there's kind of like colonies, and they have to do with that. There's been some weird kind of SWAT-like government operatives that have popped up. Like, of course, Rick was found and swept up by one of them in a helicopter. And we know that they're going to be making a Rick Grimes movie or two for AMC, which is going to be him, I guess, working or interacting with these people. We know that there's going to be a Carol and Daryl show. So obviously at the end of this season, they're going to probably go off somewhere to try and find their place in this world.
Are they love interest now?
They're not together with, no, they're not. They're just very good friends.
Oh, okay. Because I think everybody's wanted them to hook up for about 5 or 6 years now.
People have been about the Carol and Daryl for like so long, it's not even funny. But like Melissa McBride had, you know, she was with Ezekiel, and Ezekiel kind of has a health issue, this growth around his neck.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So I mean, there's different things. He even had, Daryl had a love interest, and he has another love interest who is missing, and he's hoping to try and find her. So I mean, you know, it's like one of those, there's never the right time for these two kind of deal, you know. But they've known each other so long that they're just
like brother and sister almost.
Yeah.
But you know, if you go back, and I think it was season 2 to one, was that the season they spent the whole season looking for Sophia?
Yes.
Have you ever, I don't know that in any show or any movie that when she came out of that damn barn that I really felt like a part of me almost died. They had you so invested in finding her. Like that's the most in any show or movie I have ever felt like I was actually one of the characters and my heart broke. Like I mean, I teared up on that one, man. It's just
especially because, you know, you've seen, you know, we grew up with all these shows. I mean, Little House on the Prairie, and you know, just so many shows out there. Like, you know, the child, they're going to find the child. We're going to find her. She's okay.
Right.
She might be surrounded by walkers, but we're going to find her. But
we're going to get her at the last minute.
Because, I mean, Walking Dead was one of the first shows where we actually see a zombie child. You know, Rick comes across one when he first gets out of the hospital. You know, but I mean, like, you think to yourself, they can't be dragging this out just to kill her. That, you know, why would they do that? But then, like, I mean, they really, like, and not for nothing, Andrew Lincoln, who plays, who plays Rick. I mean, he does a damn good Southern accent. He sounds like, I mean, for a British, you know, for an Englishman, he friggin' kills it. And for all those years,
and you know, the one thing about that, the one thing I will say about that scene too, it showed the difference between Rick and everybody else. Everybody else was all right shooting these zombies who they didn't know who they were, you know, who were other people's family and stuff. And then Sophia comes out and everybody else just kind of like freezes. And then Rick actually has the balls to do what needs to be done as far as killing their own.
But also, I mean, Rick was coming around to Herschel's way of thinking too. He's like, okay, he's like, okay, I realize this is a really good situation here. If this is what I have to do to help protect my family, this guy is a doctor. He's a veterinarian, but he's a doctor still, damn, nonetheless.
Right.
I'm going to do whatever I have to do. Yeah, he saved Carl. My wife is pregnant, whether it's mine or not.
Yeah,
it's
and see, that's one thing. That's one thing the comic book did. Like you have read some of the comics, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay, because in the comic, it was kind of like a one night thing, and she was kind of so sad about Rick, she didn't really want to do it, but kind of just gave in. In the show, they made her I didn't like Lori a lot at first because I felt like she was this, dirty slut who was cheating on her, even though he wasn't dead. But I mean, they made it very much like she enjoyed herself. Like it wasn't one of those things she felt bad about.
Yeah, that's pretty quick time, to move on. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, even if her and Rick were going through marital troubles, I mean, you still got to mourn that person.
Yeah. Well, I just got out of a relationship, not too long ago, and everybody keeps, because back in my younger days, I guess I was kind of wild or whatever, and everybody keeps, when you're gonna go out with somebody else or whatever, and I'm not even thinking about that right now. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm still trying to heal from. You don't just because you can't get along with somebody doesn't mean you stop loving them. You know what I'm saying? And it's just
no, it's
I couldn't imagine I can't even imagine myself being with somebody else. And so you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just especially if you thought your partner died, I couldn't imagine just jumping in bed with somebody that quick. But I guess
his best friend and partner on.
Yeah.
On top of that.
And what kind of best friend's that, dude? You're dead 2 weeks and he's balls deep in your wife. I mean, which I thought John Bernthal was awesome.
He's great in everything. I loved him in Punisher, and I can't wait for the rumors that he's going to be reprising the Punisher, possibly in a movie.
That would be great.
I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised if we see that in Spider-Man: No Way Home, because in the comics,
that would be good.
Once upon a time, they had Spider-Man being hunted down by Punisher. It happened in the 90s cartoon. So, I mean, we've seen stranger things happen. So, it'd be interesting to see what happens. But, with the other thing about Army of Dead was the head guy. I forgot what they called him. The head zombie.
Yeah.
He kept putting his ear to the female zombie's stomach.
She was pregnant, I felt like.
That's what I was thinking. Okay, zombies, they're able to procreate outside of biting someone? I mean, and what kind of, had that zombie actually carried it to term? We don't know. He might have had others, because remember, he was collecting human females. So he might have been trying to create a whole clan.
Yeah.
So obviously, that's not only from, the customs, so to speak, the customs that they were following, that he had extreme intelligence, that he knew I can create more of me, more pure versions of me by doing this. So I mean, there was that whole thing. So that made me think okay, Snyder's got this whole mythology here going on.
Yeah.
He's got a whole path as to what he wants to do down the line. He's got a Bible going on right now. It made me really second guess a lot of things here. And the whole thing, in zombie movies, we've known that, if you cut the head off, the head should be dead, but hers was still reacting.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean, that was more Walking Dead kind of, because we've seen heads put on pikes before, but
yeah. And I tell you, Batista's character was he was a tragic character in that movie. he did what he had to do, and you know, I guess being put in that situation, I guess you'd have to do that.
Yeah,
and
for
then
his
you know
daughter or
it looks like
stepdaughter.
yeah, and then you finally feel like he's gonna get the relationship he wants back with her, and then it, you know, I don't know, it was a bad deal, man.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that he had, you know, for a wrestler, that was a pretty good kind of meaty character for him. He was also in Hotel Artemis, if you saw that one.
Yeah.
And I liked that one a lot. He had kind of a smaller part in it, but I mean, he was kind of likable for the most part, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he's a likable guy in the movies. He's just very vocal with his political views, and basically, if you don't agree with him, he says you're basically ignorant, and I don't like that on either side of the aisle. I don't think. I think there's everybody just needs more respect for each other. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Now, I've seen him do some bit parts in some movies, like he was in Blade Runner 2049. He was actually
I forgot about
Synthezoid. Yeah. I mean, he's been in a few different things. I mean, I'd like to see him maybe do some, you know. I think.
Now, I heard a rumor that he's wanting to be Bane in a Batman movie.
Yes, I did read that. I could kind of see that. If it's more of the Bane, like the Bane maybe from the animated series, who is actually kind of an intelligent person, and not just someone who is experimented on, who's just all raged out, but someone who's got an intelligent side to him. I could see him do something like that. Do I think he's the best for it? Not necessarily, but I think we could do worse. I
think Tom Hardy did so well. You know, I loved Batman Begins. I loved Dark Knight. I did not like Dark Knight Rises that good. I think actually Tom Hardy probably stole the show on that movie. A lot of people probably disagree with me, but there was a lot of things about that movie that just didn't fit the Batman lore. Well, but I thought Tom Hardy was pretty awesome in that movie.
Tom Hardy is an awesome actor. The whole thing with him sound like Sean Connery, Mr. Wayne.
Yeah, Mr. Wayne.
That is it. You know what? In the grand scheme of things, in the Batman Christopher Nolan trilogy, that's not the worst thing. The worst thing in that whole trilogy is Christian Bale with his constipated Batman voice, like he's stuck taking. He's trying to take a shit.
I got a shit so bad.
It's not who you are.
It was just bad.
Like, just please, God. And I mean, definitely, Tom Hardy's portrayal.
Well, they left us in Dark Knight, where the cops are after him. He's basically gonna be the villain Gotham needs.
Yeah.
But then he disappears. And he disappears for what, 5-7 years or whatever.
Something like that. But when he comes back,
because I mean, if I don't know how much Batman comics you've read. I'm a Batman guy. I've read most everything.
Let's just say
Bruce Wayne will die Batman. That's the one thing I didn't like about Batman Beyond, is I don't believe that Bruce Wayne ever planned on a life after Batman. Like,
no.
I always saw Bruce Wayne eventually getting so old that he dies one night in Gotham. I never saw any inclination. His obsession is so deep that he'll never retire. He'll never take time off. That's what makes Batman so great. And so for him to take 7 years off, and then, I mean, like I said, kind of got the whole Anne Hathaway obsession going myself, but to just run off with Anne Hathaway just didn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, and if anything, like the whole thing, like with him leaving it to the detective.
Yeah.
Gordon Levitt Hewitt, I think or whatever his name is.
Yeah, Joseph
Gordon
Joseph.
Yeah.
Something like, yeah.
I could see him stepping away after he trains him.
Right.
Teaching him everything that he learned from the League of Assassins and everything else. And, teaching him, what he learned. Not just say, oh, by the way, here's all the stuff.
Yeah. Here's a bat cave, and here's the keys to the bat cave. Have a good one.
Don't press this button on a Batmobile. There
was a lot of things that just didn't.
Yeah. Now, what I wish they would have done with Dark Knight Rises, at least with the opening, give us a flashback of how he messed up his leg. Because remember, his leg, he's walking with that little cane.
He has no cartilage.
Yeah.
I think they basically were wanting you to think that just the years of him being Batman had really deteriorated his body.
But it makes you wonder, okay, obviously after Dark Knight Rises, he didn't just hang up the cape and cowl. What happens where he just basically said, shit, I can't do this anymore. I'm going to lock everything up. If they could have gave us some kind of flashback or a little montage of maybe jumping rooftops and falling off or something.
I think they were trying, because in the comics, Bane came in the Nightfall series where he basically breaks everybody out Arkham and, what more or less wears Batman out.
And Azrael takes over,
Yeah. I think they wanted to give us a weaker Batman so that they would explain Bane beating him and then him having to build himself back up.
Yeah.
But I just don't think it came off very well. I definitely don't think that was Nolan's best work.
No.
As good as Dark Knight was, Dark Knight Rises was not.
Batman Begins.
There were definitely some plot holes.
I liked it a lot, especially with the Ra's al Ghul. Now, do you say Raz or do you say? I say Ra's because that's how I always heard it in Batman the Animated Series.
See, that's how I always heard it too. So
I always think of Ra's al. I know, you get the old lady that says, "Oh, you say Ra's al Ghul." I just always have to say Ra's.
And he was a good villain, man. I mean, he was good in the comics. Liam Neeson did really well with him. And the thing is, I don't know if you remember when that movie came out, there was not a lot of fanfare for it. It kind of came out of nowhere. And then it was awesome. And then all of a sudden, they start, the end of it, they start pointing that Joker's coming and everybody. And, Heath Ledger wasn't a very popular choice for Joker. He had got done with Brokeback Mountain, and people were like, why is the gay cowboy going to be Joker all of a sudden?
What we knew of Heath Ledger was, like you said, Brokeback Mountain. 10 Things I Hate About You.
Yeah.
A Knight's Tale.
Yeah. But now I will say this, as somebody who has watched Brokeback Mountain and is not, wasn't ashamed to say I watched it back then and ain't now. He played a very good role in that movie. Like, he was somebody who was a homosexual and did not want to be. He did not, he didn't accept himself, I think, until the end of the movie when Jake Gyllenhaal died or whatever. And then he finally accepted he was who he was.
Yeah.
But like he played a very torn and broken person through the whole movie. He was amazing in it. If you go back and watch it, it was an excellent performance.
Heath Ledger was an amazing actor, and I wish he was still around.
Right.
And of course, there's all the stories about his relationship with the Olsons. That the housekeeper called them first instead of calling 911. I'm like, and plus, he immersed himself in such a dark character.
Yeah.
I remember hearing a story. I'm trying to think of the gentleman who, God, I'm blanking on his damn name. The guy who played Spawn. You know who I'm talking about?
Michael J. White.
Michael J. White. He was in an interview, and he said how immersed Ledger was as the Joker. Like he really was the Joker at all times.
Yeah.
You immerse yourself in such a dark character, that's going to take some toll for you to kind of pull yourself out. It's like a undercover cop. They go deep cover. They can't just go back to being who they were after it. They kind of have to decompress and reacclimate, just like with soldiers coming back from, tours overseas. They can't just flip a switch and they're back to being, John Smith again. They have to, it takes a toll. It's just sad that it took a toll on him because, we could have had the Joker for years and years to come.
Oh,
you know?
Well, and I had heard that there was supposed to be that Christopher Nolan had planned on making another film that had Joker in it. That this wasn't, and I mean, it's one of those, and I live in Kentucky where, we're kind of just now, I guess you could say, coming out of the opioid. You're not seeing it as much. Seems like the government's got a handle on the opioid crisis and stuff like that. But, you saw so many people with addictions. I mean, I had buddies who I never thought would have done anything like that, who'd steal from their moms, dads and things like that. I've learned not to judge because I've seen so much. But I mean, you think somebody's normal and everything's going good for him. And like I said, I don't even want to speculate on what was going on in his private life or whatever, but you never know what a man or a woman goes through in their life. You can't, that's why I try never to judge anybody until you've walked in their shoes. You don't really know what demons they face. I know sometimes, when I've struggled with depression and stuff like that, and battle my demons, and you never know, man.
Yeah, I mean, nobody knows what they're going to do until they're tested. I mean, that's pretty much the plain and simple of it. So
yeah,
but I mean, like me, I mean, I had speech therapy from kindergarten to 6th grade. I used to stutter every sentence, every word.
I would have never thought that about you, man. You're very well spoken.
I had problems with SH and TH. I would say tut and sip instead of ship.
Yeah.
I would say tut instead of the. I would stutter on every sentence. I had my hand and eye coordination issues. I went to what they call a magnet school. It's like a regular school, but they have like speech therapists and counselors and that kind of stuff all the time. So I went through all that. But I got teased on all the time. I used to have a short fuse when I was a kid. Someone says your mother, and I was, that was a trigger, that kind of stuff. And in high school,
some people say I still got a short fuse. So,
and in high school, I was didn't belong to the jocks. I wasn't part of the popular crew. I was kind of like, it was like me and my 3 other friends were kind of like the outcasts, but we still interacted with everyone in all the groups. We were just like the neutral squad, you know? And I spent most of my time I worked at a roller rink after school. And that, that helped me kind of focus on things. And I didn't have the greatest home life. But I mean, that kind of a thing that also taught me to not give up on things. But I mean, everyone has their breaking points. And fortunately for me, like you were saying, like with relationships and everything, I had a breaking point that I was in a relationship and she was basically feeding on my good, I was kind of a Boy Scout, so to speak. Like all she had to say was, oh, her kids need this. She needs money for pain medicine, and what am I going to do? Am I just going to say no? And it took me a long, long while before I hit rock bottom and realized that she was playing me the whole time. And sometimes you gotta, you sometimes you just have to. And at the time, I had given her money because I thought we were moving, and it turns out she was just using it for drugs and whatever else. And I had given notice at my job because I thought we were moving 2 weeks, and that didn't happen. So I found myself unemployed at the time. I also wound up being hospitalized because I had an enlarged tonsil. And as an asthmatic, that blocked my breathing pathways, and I couldn't swallow food. I wound up in the hospital. They did surgery to take my tonsils out. And here I was, living at home with my parents, with my brothers, my family, unemployed, hitting rock bottom. She didn't even visit me in the hospital. None of that. I just had to hit complete rock bottom, and I had to rebuild my life all over again. Wasn't the greatest thing, and that's probably right up there with me having to admit that I had to drop out of college because of health issues. I had to drop out at one point. But to tell my grandparents had actually helped me put money, like pay for my books and stuff, and I borrowed money from them. that's right up there with like, okay, I have to admit to my grandparents that I'm a failure. That kind of like, I was the first person to try to go to college in my family, and I had to fail. It's like right up there. But sometimes
But
we have to go through it. But I'm still here.
yeah, you can't let your setbacks
Yeah.
define you. I've learned that a lot.
Yeah.
We're humans. We live. We try. We fail. We succeed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you just got to keep trucking, man. And that's one thing I've learned. There's times things are hard. I mean, there's a lot of times things are hard. And I, as you get older, I told somebody, I said, you're getting old when the pain of failure outweighs the excitement of success. I don't get as excited about, when I do good anymore, but now when I fail, it still hurts just as bad. So, I don't know, man.
For me, I had to hit that rock bottom, and then after that, I wound up getting I got a part-time job that led to a full-time job, working at a bowling alley. And ironically, going back to The Walking Dead, we were actually doing a Walking Dead bowling league on Sundays.
Oh, that's awesome.
When the show first came out, we're like, the whole zombie thing was pretty big. I'm like, oh, there's this new show coming out called Walking Dead. Maybe we'll do like a little zombie league. We did a thing. It was a no tap league, so you get 8 pins on your first ball. That's a strike. That kind of deal.
Oh, that's awesome.
So we did that. We had a zombie ball, and we actually ran it for a few years until after I left there because I got a job with a friend of mine. Dared me and said, "Hey, I dare you to apply to this cable company. They're hiring." I'm like, "Oh, I'm not going to get it." "Well, I dare you to do it." I did it, and I've been with that company for the past 7 years now.
And that's awesome, man. That's awesome.
Financially, a lot better than what I was working at a bowling alley. I'll tell you that. But
right.
It's led to sometimes you have to hit rock bottom to like they say in Batman Begins. Why do we fall? So we can pick ourselves up.
Pick ourselves back up. Sometimes I feel like I pick myself up a lot, many times.
Yeah,
many times.
It's a thing. It is a thing. So you just got to roll with it. But and that's just some of the things. But like going back to Army of the Dead, it makes me wonder what are they going to do next. I know he's got a deal with Netflix. I know they also talked about doing a prequel movie called Army of Thieves, possibly with the safecracker.
Oh, that'd be cool.
But we'll see what happens. There's a lot they can do with the whole zombie apocalypse, and I know there was talk about that there's Easter eggs about Zack Snyder's first zombie movie, Dawn of the Dead, which was a remake.
Right. Yeah.
That there's references to that, but that makes me wonder, okay, that movie, the whole if it's the same universe, the whole world was pretty much taken over by the zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, everybody died from what I understood.
So, are you telling me in about 16, 17 years later, we rebuilt the world and everything was back to normal?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so.
But it was, it was definitely, it's like a boost in the arm a little bit for zombie movies. A World War Z I liked, but they just never.
I liked World War Z.
They never gave us a second one.
They never followed up on it.
So,
yeah, they never followed up, and I thought it had a lot of potential. And it had Brad Pitt, so it had a star actor.
Brad Pitt, Peter Capaldi. They had a lot of good people in there.
Yeah, it was a good movie.
Because I liked the whole he was like a, he had to piece together the origin of it.
Yeah, it was almost, I hate to say it, like there were parts of that movie that kind of made you feel they treated like when this pandemic first hit. Mm-hmm. You almost felt like there were people going around looking for the origins of the virus, like the way they were like the zombie virus.
Yeah, I think there was more scientific thought in the origin of what's going on here in the South Park special than what we have in the news, because you don't hear anything specifically out of it, and it's not going to bring up that the whole pandemic or anything, but it's a matter of things are things are getting better now. whether people are getting vaccinated or not, that's their personal choice.
Right.
But I mean, I see it as something. If you are vaccinated in the future, we're going to have to get booster shots, just like you get it. Like they have you go for the flu or measles shot every now and again.
Right.
Every year there's a new strain of it. It's just going to be the next iteration of that, personally. But
it'll be like the flu shot almost. I feel like.
And honestly, I don't get the flu shot anymore because whenever I get the flu shot, I get the flu.
See, I actually got my flu shot this year, and I got the flu twice. Both times I thought it was COVID, and they came back and told me I had the flu. So I don't know. I don't know what. It was a bad year for me with the flu. Never got COVID, but I did get the flu.
I'm an asthmatic, and I was diabetic, so I have that history. So that's why I'm classified to work from home.
Right.
So I mean, my doctor says as long as they are offering to, if he signs off on it, that he'll keep signing it, then I'm going to keep working from home as long as I can.
They might there's a lot of companies who I think are going to look at this, letting people work remotely, just because it saves them on office buildings and things like that. I mean, we're definitely going to see a lot of changes from this pandemic when things will never be like they were.
Yeah, I already saw about a third of a Walmart today that was unmasked today. I still wore my mask because, I mean, at least for the next 2 weeks, I'm taking every precaution because, like I keep saying, next week I'm going to New York City, and I'll be on subways. I'll be walking shoulder to shoulder to people. I'm not taking any chances.
No, I don't blame you. Now, have you been vaccinated, though?
I am fully vaccinated, yes. I went for the Pfizer.
Which shot did you take?
Pfizer.
I took the Pfizer too. Yeah, that's the one I took.
Honestly, the worst I had was like a sinus pressure headache that was coming and going. That was it.
That's what I had. I was tired. The next day, I was very tired.
Yeah, a buddy of mine went for the Johnson & Johnson, the one shot. So he was one and done, and he said he felt a little sore, a little tired, but he's also one of those guys that gets up at 5 a.m, does like two-hour workouts. So I mean, he's gonna feel tired anyways. So, but I know some people went for the Moderna, and they've had some complications with that one. But we'll see what happens. But for the next 2 weeks, because next Sunday I go to New York. That Wednesday we leave New York to go to Saratoga. My wife's aunt and uncle. Basically, her mother's aunt passed last November, and they're just now getting around to be able to have a ceremony. So we're doing that.
Did she have COVID? Was it COVID?
Well, her health was deteriorating for years, unfortunately. But she was in a residential community, like a senior living facility. So, with that, there's high chances. So, but we had a similar thing the year before. My dad passed on December 28th, and that was when the whole pandemic was starting.
Yeah.
So we found out it wasn't because of that. He had he didn't tell us about cancer.
Oh, yeah.
So we had lost him, but we had to wait until June of last year to do a ceremony for him, to bury him. So.
Oh, wow.
So, but I mean, with that, I mean, it is what it is. I get, social distancing and everything. So, but, we kind of went through that situation before. So after we do that, we go see my sister for a day, and then we're back in Buffalo area the following weekend. So I'll be back probably Saturday or Sunday of that weekend. So I'll be gone a full week, and then the next week I get to go to Ohio for my nephew's graduation.
What part of Ohio?
Cleveland Heights.
Oh, Cleveland.
Yep. So
I actually this coming week I'm going to be working.
A lot of traveling.
Next week I'm going to be working Monday of the next week, and then my cousin from Charleston, South Carolina is coming in, and so I'm going to take the rest of that week off. I've been real tired lately. And my daughter just scared the shit out of me. She snuck in on me in my office. I'm off on Monday. Yeah. Oh my God, she just scared the shit out of me. I thought she was asleep, and I turned around. She was standing at my door, and I about jumped She's lucky I didn't shoot her. But
is she aiming for that inheritance a little early?
Apparently so. But yeah, I'm gonna take the rest of that week off. I just, I had that instance with my health, and then I've had this breakup thing going on, and I don't know, need some time.
Gotta take some you time. I understand.
Yeah.
Well, like last year, I had to use a bunch of my vacation time for. Well, I went through. You've heard me talk about this before. I had to get gastric bypass.
Right.
But I had to take days off for my appointments because I had to go for. They do an endoscope to make sure your digestive tract is clear with no acid reflux. I had acid reflux. I didn't even know it.
Oh, wow.
My diabetes somehow masked it. Which even the doctors were like, we don't know how, but you have it. I'm like, I've never felt it before. So I had to take some medicine and then go for another endoscope, take more time off. And once they cleared me, and then pandemic hit, full blast. Right when I was going to have my surgery. So I had to wait a few more months. Then they cleared me.
Oh, wow.
So, because for that whole process.
I had a buddy who had that gastric bypass, and he lost like 400 some pounds. I mean, it was crazy how.
I was 495 about 7 or 8 years ago. When I started the process, I was a 465. Okay.
Right.
When I finally had my surgery, because you have to go for a psychiatric evaluation to make sure you're mentally clear and competent that you can adjust to those changes. 2, I had to have an endoscope to clear me. I was cleared. And I had to lose at least so much % of my BMI. And that was about 20 pounds. Yeah, so when I finally got to the point where I was ready for my surgery, I was at 419. Right now,
so you lost quite a bit on your own then.
I'm at, because they want you to see that, yes, you can lose weight on your own. You don't need this to lose the weight. That you can do it on a slow path if you need to. And that you can keep the weight off.
Right.
So, and I was able to keep the weight off. So obviously they saw we were doing, me and my wife both did it. She actually got her surgery before mine because of the delays with the pandemic.
Right.
She had hers and then I had mine. We do the South Beach diet because that's the program that they had us on where you're reducing carbs. I stopped all my pop, no carbonated beverages since a month before. And it's in August, that's going to be a whole year of no pop. I'll drink water or like zero sugar Gatorade,
Right.
Protein shakes that I could take instead of having a meal. I'll do like a little snack, like my 15-minute breaks during my workday. I work from like 9 to 5:30. My 15-minute break, I'll have like a mozzarella string cheese. Like you buy the little plastic packets with the string cheese.
Yeah.
Have that maybe with a couple pieces of salami or pepperoni, Yeah. I'll have my lunch, and then in the afternoon, I'll have another one of those and whatever I have for my meals. And I reduce my carb intake to 2 carbs a day. Like say a regular slice of bread is 1 carb. Well, we've been using this brand called 647. It's a low carb bread. So 1 slice equals half a carb. They do hamburger rolls, hot dog rolls, and bread. So you can have, 2 slices of bread. That's 1 carb. So I could have like a sandwich for lunch. Maybe have, like a chicken breast sandwich. So I have a roll. That's my other carb.
Yeah.
There I am. It's about reducing the carb intake and, like instead of like regular French fries or mashed potatoes, you can have mashed cauliflower. They have cauliflower tater tots and cauliflower fries.
Really?
Yeah.
How do they taste? Are they pretty decent?
Some of them are better than others. Green Giant is a terrible brand. Bird's Eye does a pretty good one.
Green Giant is not a good brand at all. Even their canned vegetables aren't that good.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it either, Toy Slammer, because actually a good friend of mine, his wife has family in Canada that she's not seen in over 1.5 years because of these lockdowns. And Canada keeps pushing their lockdown back another month and another month and another month. And their numbers are going down tremendously, but they're still going forward with it. It's weird. But I was at 419, and rough for the past couple weeks, I've been bouncing back and forth between 340, 345.
That's still good, man.
Oh, it's still a good number. But also, like, I've been doing a lot of bike riding. We have weights because part of the exercise that they have us do is they want you to, one day you do your cardio. So that's maybe taking a 1 hour walk, let's just say. Okay.
Right.
Or maybe taking a half-hour bike ride, let's just say. The other day, you're doing weights. Maybe you have little hand weights. You do that. You do about 30 reps. That's your workout for the day. You can do more if you want, if you feel up to it. But I have like 10-pound weights, but that's another thing. It's hard to get weights now because everyone's been working from home. So they bought exercise equipment, and now you can't find them in the stores, or you find one, but you want to have a matching one. So, it's like little things like that.
Are just now getting those back in now.
Yep.
Which I've had my hand weights. I've had them. I've got a 15 and a 25. But my back and neck, I can't hardly do the 25 anymore. I can do the 15. But
I was about a 58 waist. I'm down to about a 46, 48 now. I was wearing a 7X t-shirt, and now I'm down to a 3X. Still has to be tall, but I'm down to a 3X now.
You're a pretty tall guy, aren't you? You're
6 foot.
Yeah.
6 foot. I have a 37-inch arm length, so that's my problem. I could go into a Walmart and buy a t-shirt, but it's not going to be long enough. It'll, like, if I stretch up, it'll pull up, and then you see my belly. I'm not one to want to show off my belly. Not like Blue Sasquatch.
Oh, Blue is back.
Blue, are we live?
Is this live?
I still want to see the battle royal between him and Oof.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting sleepy, brother.
Nope, not a problem.
I'm gonna have to call it an evening. Hey, but I thank you so much for.
I was only planning to do an hour or 2 hours, but we went. I know
we ended up going 4, man. I mean, we had some good conversations, man. I think we gave them something to watch tonight for sure. Because I think try if you can make the hoedown, that'd be great. We'd love to have you, and if not, anytime you want me to jump on here, let me know, and I'd be more than glad to come back and chat with you some more.
Not a problem. Anytime. So I want to thank everyone who's been sticking out with us. It looks like we still have 4 on chat. Just want to thank everyone for stopping out, and I'm sure Sleeping will be back next week, maybe. I know he's got his.
Was he not on tonight?
No, because he's traveling. Him and Space Buns were traveling, going to see G-Force and Colbane Games. So, and I didn't see too many people on.
See us all get together. I'd like
definitely.
To see us all get together sometime.
Well,
somewhere we ought to meet somewhere.
He mentioned about eventually he has to come through Ohio and Buffalo. So who knows? That'll be maybe that'll be a thing. I always joke with him in August. Buffalo usually does a chicken wing festival.
Hey, that would be cool. I like chicken wings. Like chicken wings.
National Chicken Wing Festival is usually every year here in Buffalo, but we'll see what happens with everything with state regulatories and whatnot. So we'll see what happens with that.
Yeah.
But they're already telling us we're going to have our county fair this year. So.
Well, that's awesome.
So we'll see. As long as things keep moving forward and staying positive, we'll see.
That's what we got to hope for, man. That's because I tell you, I'm ready for things to be back 100% to normal.
So, okay, we're going to call this one.
Like I said, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for having me on, man. I can't thank you enough. I had a blast, and like I said, anytime you want me to come back, I will be glad to. And if you can make the hoedown tomorrow, it's going to be a wild night.
Well, I had an idea because I joked around with a few people that we need to do like Cards Against Humanity on a live stream. And I'm gonna try and I know there's a way to do it, like through I know people who've done it on Zoom calls, so maybe something crazy like that. Get a couple of us on here.
I'm up for anything. I'm up for anything.
Okay.
So, and I think, I know they talked about doing something for Toys for Tots and stuff for Christmas. I think we ought to do something like that. We got a lot of good people in this community.
Yeah, and I'm always down for that because
make a difference.
For Toys for Tots, because the Buffalo Ghostbusters that I'm a part of, that's our main charity that we raise. We fundraise year round for is Toys for Tots. So I told Sleepin that if I know there was talk about doing like a telethon stream. So I'm more than happy to do something like that. I'll do it. I'll suit up and do it from the outside if I have to.
Hey, I'll do it in the snow, man. There's a lot of people out there who need our help, and I'd love to be a part of it.
Everyone's saying bye. Was going to go live with Stargell. He has 3 others right now with him. Okay. Well, Blue, you take care, and hopefully you'll get in there. And good night, everybody. We'll see you on the next one.
Everybody have a good night. Hey, Dave, thanks again, brother. I appreciate it. Thanks
anytime, Chaz, man. You take care and
have
be
a great
well.
night, buddy.
You have a great holiday now on Monday. Take care.
Hey, you too, buddy. Bye-bye.